Hi, hello, welcome to Maupiti Tuesday, where everything is cursed, especially the audio. I hope y'all are having a great Tuesday. Let me see, I gotta scroll back here. Hello to Valis, excited about wigs, me too. Derek Ironbutt, my day needed this music. Glad to hear that, me too. I hope y'all are doing well. Kyle and Error, Unto Crush, of course. Dronon, great to see you. Go Dappy, you're not here? Okay. Never mind what I just said. Dronon says, I did a bit of experimenting with travel times. If there's a direct path, it's already optimal. Otherwise, for outdoor locations, there are 14 pairs where travel takes an extra step. So I figured out that optimization. It doesn't feel like any of it would be too useful. Mainly, I was bored. Fascinating. I was definitely wondering about that myself. Interesting. Hope everybody's doing well. Let's see. Let me give some shout outs here. I'm not prepared. I was very thrown off by the audio issues. I don't want to talk about this too much because it's not that interesting, but I tried to change some things about my audio setup to, like, I've been dealing with a less optimal setup than I would like for a little while because of some issues that were caused by upgrading various software, I think. I'm not sure what software is at fault, but I upgraded a bunch of stuff and things got kind of wonky. So I kind of simplified some things to fix that. And for several weeks, I think it was working. And then last week I tried, there was an update to one of the pieces of software I used to use. And I was hoping that would fix the issues, but it did not. So I uninstalled it. And I was so sure that everything would be fine without that software installed, and yet here we are. So I don't know what the deal is. Hopefully the music issue is not too bothersome. Hopefully I don't sound weird, but if either of those is the case, please let me know and I will do what I can. Silver, Puzzle, great to see you both. I hope you're doing well. I'm not skipping at least. Okay. Yeah, like it seems to be an issue specifically with audio capture. So like, most of the time in this game, we don't have any music anyways. And if it seems bothersome at any point, just let me know and I can like turn it down a little bit or whatever. We'll work it out one way or another. So I don't have that much to talk about in terms of the game because it's been a hectic week. There was a tornado in our neighborhood last week, and fortunately we didn't... we're fine. Our house is mostly fine. We had a little bit of damage, but like it didn't affect us too much. I think we got kind of lucky because we had some tree damage in a less dramatic storm a while back and got a bunch of our trees significantly trimmed because of that. And I think because of that, we got maybe a little bit luckier than we might have, but we still had a lot to clean up, and it was just kind of stressful to deal with because that's kind of scary. But that's been just kind of occupying a lot of time. And then also it's Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference this week, which always keeps me kind of overly busy. So I haven't had too much time to think about the game. I didn't really have a lot of homework I was going to do anyways. I think we're just going to kind of continue where we left off last week. There's a couple people that we haven't fully interrogated. I have my notes from last time that should help me, figure out some additional interrogation we want to do. And I have a bunch more notes on my computer, and that's kind of it. There was also, I don't think we ever got to the thing I accidentally found off stream. Again, it's not super exciting, but it is kind of interesting. So I'll make sure we actually do that tonight. Let's see. So I opened up our save file number 3. Shoot, what did does anyone remember what I put in save file number 4? I think... it doesn't matter. Yeah. I put something in there. I just can't remember what it was. I think it was just kind of after I had grabbed some items to bribe somebody. But anyways, let's play a game. Let's play Maupiti Island. And also catch up on chat. I sound good. Okay, thank you. Oh no, unspeak request this. I think I jinxed it. You're skipping a little bit. Great. Well, that could mean it's not anything on my end, actually. Like, it could just be Twitch. Yeah. Silver says, I'm very well. I'm currently trying to figure out if I have enough time to prep the stream room for Riven demo tomorrow in VR or not. Ooh, exciting. So tomorrow is the release date for that? I'm very excited for it, but also not remotely prepared to play it anytime soon. As I've mentioned before, I own 2 copies of Riven. I enjoyed Myst so much that I was very excited when Riven came out, and then I enjoyed it enough to buy it again on DVD-ROM, so I could have the entire game on a single disc. And yet I remember so little about it compared to Myst. Like, I think ultimately, like, I've just played Myst a lot more times. And also, you know, it comes up everywhere because it was such a, you know, significant and influential game, that, you know, I'm constantly reminded of it. Whereas that doesn't come up so much with Riven, the sequel to Myst. Xenolon says, I would have brute forced that quiz by now. Good to see you, Xenolon. Yeah, like, they did some interesting things to make that difficult, but I don't think it's impossible. It definitely seems like you could do that if you wanted to. I definitely want to, like, I feel like if we brute force the quiz, I'm not necessarily going to get answers to those questions at any point. I would assume, for the most part, I would not. And like, that's the part, like, I want to understand what actually happened here. And I feel like it'll be much more satisfying to actually take the time to figure it out. Culinary, good to see you. Twitch is having problems today. Yeah, Derek Ironbutt mentioned that. Very rude. It's okay right now. As I typed that, you froze for like a second. Lol. Great. Wonderful. Silver says, Riven is an experience, but is also the one I return to the least. Interesting. I think I've also mentioned before that I never really played any Myst games after Riven. I'll hopefully change that at some point, but we will see. Puzzle says, I'm going to finally play real Myst this year, I think. I played the original version a ton, so I'm looking forward to seeing the upgrade. I don't think I've ever played anything but the original all the way through. I know I played the original, like, multiple times, I'm sure, and then just, like, kind of poked around it multiple other times. And I've tried out demos of several versions that have come out over the years, but I think the original might be the only one I've really gone all the way through. As soon as you read my last comment, it froze for real. I think I'm cursed. You maybe restart your Twitch app or something? Silver says, I too hope you change that at some point. Okay, so let's get into it. Where are we in this save file? I gotta check my notes here. I loaded up save number 3, which is, I could just look at the time in the game. We started at 8:30. Okay, so now it's like 10:30. Because it took 2 hours to start stream. Real Myst Masterpiece Edition is a super solid release, and the age they added is very beautiful. Nice. Okay, so the thing that I mentioned that I discovered off stream happens pretty soon after this. Oh shit! It actually, because it's 10:30 now, it is already happened. Let's just reset real quick, and then we'll go do that first before I forget again. The first of many resets tonight, I'm sure. 126 deaths. Eventually, I'm going to need a new page to keep track of deaths, unless I finally win the game soon. Fingers crossed. Okay, just putting my highlighter away. I don't think I actually need that right now. Okay. So let me check my notes here to make sure we are doing things at the right time. Where is that note? Okay. Okay, so at 10:30 a.m., ask Anita what she's doing. I think she was in the bar, maybe the saloon. One of the two, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately, I did not think to write that down, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Okay. Oh, here's Anita. Okay, let's ask her. Let's ask her what she's doing right now.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
I was. Oh, here, let me tweak my cycles a little bit here. I turned it down to see if that might make a difference in the audio, but I was pretty sure it wouldn't because the audio is fine for me. It's just the stream seems to be coming through weird. Okay, so what are you doing?
I'm eating.
Okay. Let's ask Maggie what she's doing.
You need me for something, love? I'm eating.
Okay. Okay, so let's wait a little bit. Drennan said no, it's 9:30. You mean the thing I'm looking for is at 9:30? Is that what you're saying?
You again.
Everyone's eating, indeed. Is today the day? I'm never gonna say yes to that because I feel like that'll just jinx it. I feel like on any given Tuesday, that could be the day, and it'll happen when it happens.
What's the question? I'm at home.
Okay, sure. What does Paimon think about our chances? If you have a yes, no. Is today the day? We could ask Paimon if today's the day. Okay. I will provide this rare service. So if anyone is unfamiliar, Unsecret Crush has a redeem to ask Paimon a yes or no question. This is a Magic 8 Ball. So Paimon, is today the day? So it tilted. I was trying to get I couldn't see it, and I was trying to tilt it to get it on the triangle it was on, but it ended up on a different triangle. But I feel like this is the real answer. Like what happened, and we just got to accept it. Paimon says, "My sources say no." That was my best Paimon voice. I hope it was okay. It's always landing right on an edge. It's a problem. Yeah. Okay. Also, hello 67. Did I say hello to you? Shit. Did Anita leave or was she not in here? Begin sobbing. Oh no. It was great. Thank you. And thank you, Puzzle. Where did Anita go? There's Bruce. Not in her room. I'm just gonna wait. Oh, there's the gunshot. Yeah, I feel like I must have missed it. Okay, let's ask Anita now, though, what she's doing. Because it was before everybody gathers here. She'll be in the saloon. Okay.
When Roy went off with Chris, Maggie shared her suspicions with us. She thinks he's the one who had killed Just.
So that was the bit of dialogue that I accidentally discovered here. So let's repeat that again.
When Roy went off with Chris, Maggie shared her suspicions with us. She thinks he's the one who had killed Just.
I just want to make sure I had the right person here. So she thinks Roy is the one that killed Just, which is, the same thing we've been thinking all along, which is interesting. On one hand, this feels like a confirmation that we're right. On the other hand, like, it makes me a little worried that I'm wrong. Like, this feels like very prominent dialogue that we just happen to miss repeatedly over the series of many, many weeks and hours of playing this game. But it's, this isn't something you have to go digging to find. You just have to ask the right people at the right time, and it's just given to you. Which just concerns me that, like, we know this game is a little bit mean, right? So it concerns me that, this is maybe pointing us in the wrong direction. And yet, I can't imagine who else it could have been. I feel like there's still no good alternative. So yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about that. I just, I'm not sure what to think. Oh, I was looking at the wrong note, actually. At 9 a.m., my notes say Maggie tells Anita to come to the living room at 10:30. Okay. So that was the first bit that I was actually looking for. And then that line is the kind of the follow-up to that. So that was the interesting one. That was why I got confused, though. So yeah, I don't fully know what to make of that. It's very interesting. What can we give Anita to try to get a follow-up? I did not go as far as trying to get any follow-up info, but that does seem worth doing now. That this line, like, following up on that earlier dialogue that I wasn't able to share on stream. Like, I guess I was too curious. I honestly, because this is just like kind of a public conversation, like, I didn't expect it to be anything that significant. And I also thought, it might have been something that we were already aware of. Okay, so Anita likes the newspaper, bracelet, brooch, suntan lotion. Okay. I don't think I have any of those. Yeah, so we'll just go grab one real quick. And see if that gets us anything. Actually, let's drop some other stuff here. So I can take both of these. Dang it. Okay. I should have known that would happen. They're out here now, but like I don't think they're going to be. I don't think they're going to have the same dialogue. But let's see what they say.
We heard shots from the direction of the South Beach.
Okay. So like, it's. The other thing really interesting here that I almost forgot to talk about was that Maggie, I'm looking at my notes to make sure I'm saying this correct. Maggie tells Anita to come to the living room at 10:30 a.m. The exact fucking time that the shots are fired. That seems significant. And like, Game Dev Jeff, hello. Thank you so much for 11 months of support. I appreciate that very much, and I hope you're doing well. Oh, I meant to update that. Game Dev Jeff and Pixel Turkey have also released a text adventure game called The Zen of Kayaking, which I'm very excited to check out. I'm hoping to stream it at some point, but obviously I have other things to finish first. So it may take a little while, but it looks pretty neat. And I certainly enjoy a text adventure game. Okay, so back to Maggie telling Anita. And like, she seems to tell a bunch of people the same thing. She tells everyone to meet in the saloon at exactly that time. And that's got to be meaningful. I would be shocked if that wasn't on purpose, that happens to be the exact time the shots are fired. I don't know what that means exactly, but it does make me think that Maggie is somehow involved in the Lady in Black, maybe. Maybe she is the Lady in Black for all we know. I still feel relatively confident it's Marie, but I'm certainly not positive on that. My hunch is that the reason she would do this, like, I feel like she wanted everyone to come to the saloon to both make sure no one got shot accidentally, and perhaps more significantly, to make sure that they didn't see anything. But I don't know. I hope we can find more out about that. Deavor, hello. Great to see you. Hope you had a good stream. I was lurking for a while there. Did you make any progress in Father World? That's the important question, I think. Glad people are enjoying it so far. That's great. Okay. So let's ask this again.
We heard shots from the direction of the South Beach.
I'm not sure that's worth following up on, but let's ask about that 10 to 11 time.
There were shots fired.
Okay. So yeah, I think we have to go back to actually repeat that dialogue and follow up with an item. So let's reset again. This seems important enough that I want to make sure there's not any more info we can get out of anybody. Okay, back to save 3. Damaged him 3 times in 1 attempt. Nice. And yet there's so many more times you need to do that. It's a lot of learning about dodging the death corridor blasters. Ah, nice. Any particular strategies there, or just timing? I know how Pixel Turkey dealt with that, but I don't want to like give you any spoilers. Okay, so it's 8:30 now. So if we're quick, okay, yeah, we might be able to. Okay, now it's 9.
Were you looking for me, sweetie? I'm listening.
What happens if we observe here? Because this is when we were here. Okay. Maggie tells Anita to come to the living room at 10:30 a.m. Okay. So I was just trying to get this dialogue in the wrong way. My notes were not clear enough. Okay. So we can't get a follow-up on that, obviously, because it's not an actual like conversation we're a part of. So let's go grab those items, and then when everyone is in the saloon, we can try to get some follow-up info. Oh, it's only like 5 hits you need? Interesting. Okay. Zelon says, yesterday I tuned into Unsecret Crush decoding some of the densest lore I've ever heard, and now here's Robot Spacer for the 28th time trying to beat one of the most impenetrable games I've ever seen. I was about to say y'all are special, but then again, I'm the one watching, so that's fair. We certainly have our own particular interests, both of us. Davor says, has mostly due to when to jump to take advantage with how they spawn and what directions. Still at the mercy of RNG somewhat, though, since the time they spend in their positions is pretty randomized. Got it. Bribe the room. Okay. If we could get something to try to get info out of Maggie, that might be interesting. Also, I think she likes those items as well. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and do a save in slot 4, just in case we want to take another shot at this. Is there anything else we could grab real quick? We could go back and get the newspaper for. There's a few people that like that. I think we'll stick with that. Hopefully that won't waste too much time, and we got that save if I'm wrong about how long this takes. Oh, it's not 5. I'm just ingesting the copium pretty hard. Got it. Okay. When you said that, I was like, oh, maybe I'm remembering wrong, and it's really hard to like get each hit in and actually do damage. And maybe I was just misremembering it or something. Oops, wrong thing. Search. Okay, there's the paper. Back to Maggie's. Great. So Bruce is outside. Oh, nobody's here yet. Okay, let's do a wait. Now Anita's here. I wonder what Anita will say right now.
You again.
It's me again.
I'm looking for Sue.
Oh. Why Sue? Oh, God. Every time. Okay. Back to Anita. Me again.
You again. When Roy went off with Chris, Maggie shared her suspicions with us. She thinks he's the one who had killed Just.
I suppose, like, another way to look at this is, maybe I'm making too many assumptions about the timing. Thank you for the scream. Maybe I'm making too many assumptions about the timing and like, you know, Maggie specifically wanted to share this information when Roy's not around, which makes sense if you think Roy's a murderer. But like an hour and a half before this, Maggie told Anita to be here at 10:30. So, you know, if that was just like an innocent coincidence, how did Maggie know that Roy wouldn't be here at that time? Or did she actually tell Roy and Chris to go to South Beach for something? Like, there's got to be something we're missing here. I guess the big question is it anything we can actually learn in the game?
When Roy went off with Chris, Maggie shared her suspicions with us. She thinks he's the one who had killed Just.
Okay, so we're going to give her the newspaper and see if we get more info here.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Unfortunately, no. Let's talk to Maggie.
You need me for something, love. You didn't hear the shot.
I did. Let's see. I think Maggie likes the brooch and the bracelet. Yeah, both of them.
I don't see what you are getting at.
We struck out so many times with this mechanic. And then right before this, Anita was looking for Sue. Why is that?
Are you coming here? When Roy went off with Chris, Maggie shared her suspicions with us. She thinks he's the one who had killed Just.
Identical dialogue from her. So let's try another bribe here.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Let's see what everybody else says they're doing right now. Bruce.
Yes, sailor.
And then Bob and Anton were the other two people here.
When Roy went off with Chris, Maggie shared her suspicions with us. She thinks he's the one who had killed Just.
Interesting. So I wonder if everyone present right now is going to say that same thing. I don't have anything to bribe him with right now. I feel like that's not going to get us anywhere.
What do you want? Nothing special.
Interesting. So Maggie, Sue, Anita, and Bruce, Bob, and Anton. Juiced. Oh, no. Juiced is dead at this point. Right. So, yeah. Roy and Chris are the only two people that aren't here. I'm just looking back and forth here to make sure. Okay.
I'm listening.
So I know we talked about this before, but like that also confirms that the person that fires the shots is not anyone we talked to in the game. And like I just had the thought, like I guess it could be possible that Juice is actually alive, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. Like you know, we see his body at one point on the pier. We can see with our own eyes that his throat has been slit and that it is juiced. So when unless the game is like being kind of super misleading there, like I don't think that's possible. I'm pretty sure you can also see someone burying his body. I want to say Chris, but I don't remember if that's correct.
When Roy went off with Chris, Maggie shared her suspicions with us. She thinks he's the one who had killed Just.
So Bob is the only one here that doesn't say that. Bob is just like, nothing special, just, hanging out. Which is kind of weird. Let's see if I can go grab Marie's letter real quick. We could use that to try to get more info out of Bob. I bet he'll be gone by the time I get back, but we'll give it a shot. He's outside now. Let's see. I think that's the item. Oops, I didn't mean to search Bob. It'd be kind of funny if you could do that.
What do you want? You didn't hear the shot.
I did. What we doing 10 to 11?
Maggie called everyone together in the bar. That's when there were shots.
So that makes it seem like he was one of the people that Maggie told to be there. It wasn't just a coincidence that he was there. So let's give him the letter.
I don't see what you are getting at.
I didn't think that would get us anywhere. I just thought I'd give it a shot. Okay. Now what? Let's see. I've got some other notes that we should follow up on at some point tonight. It's basically a bunch of things we could do. Ask Sue about Lucy's departure. Oh, right. A lot of these are things I want to try giving an item to get additional information out of. So Sue tells us that Lucy left suddenly and owed her money. So that was a thing where I was wondering if there might be any follow-up information. Ask Roy about cave. Oh, Roy tells us that the caves are a hoax, which seemed, I don't know, it just seemed kind of sketchy that he would act like that's completely made up. Roy's follow-up to shots fired. That's something we could do. I guess we already did that, kind of. That was the one thing we actually got the memorize mechanic to give us something on. Right here now. So let's see, what items does Roy like?
Yes.
His diamond earring, of course, and the newspaper that we already gave away.
Someone fired on us when I was walking with Chris. Before I had the time to realize what was going on, Chris threw me to the ground. Then there were shots.
Okay, let's see if we can go get his earring. Is one of those juiced key? I honestly don't remember. Okay. Oh, I already took the diamond out of here. Shoot. I probably stashed that in my room. Question is where? There it is. Great. Yeah, we'll take the wig. Where's Roy going to be now? Oh, perfect.
Again.
Okay, so I think my note is specifically referring to asking him about the shots.
They were aiming at Chris. Why would they want to bump me off?
And then give him his diamond.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Oh, okay. So that must have been a different... Yeah, I think before what I did was ask him what he was doing at that time period. I think I made the note about following up on shots fired to see if we would get additional info there. Let's try this and see if he...
Before I had the time to realize what was going on, Chris threw me to the ground. Then there were shots.
It's the same thing he said. I just noticed that that's pluralized. Is it pluralized here? Okay, it is. I mean, we only hear one shot, but... I guess that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I just wanted to ask about 11 to noon.
Everybody was in front of Muggies. They all heard the shots.
Okay. Did we ever follow up on... I think we did. We knew that Roy was with Sue at 2 p.m. on the first day. I think at some point last week, I hid in Sue's room to witness that. As I recall, they were having a conversation at first, but afterwards they were having sex. I think that's correct. So I'm going to go ahead and check that off. Silver says, wow, there's fireflies out in Kansas tonight. I don't think there's ever been fireflies here once in the decade plus I've lived here. Willow and Bee have never seen them and were adorably confused. That's great. Very interesting. I noticed some fireflies here the other day, but that's definitely not an unusual thing around here. Let's see, Roy with Sue, quote, relaxing. Okay. So yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. What was the other item that Roy likes? The newspaper. Okay, so we're out of items to bribe Roy with. Also have a note about asking Anita about the shots. Ask Anita about Juice Murderer. Oh, right. She says something kind of interesting. Like, if Marie weren't gone. Where is she? Huh. Where did Anita go? Uh, 1:40. No. 1:45. Garden. But she'll be in the saloon soon. There she is. Oh, Maggie and Anita are here. That's kind of interesting.
You need me for something, love?
Yeah, what you doing?
I'm getting a little fresh air. Were you looking for me, sweetie?
I'm skeptical the two of them are just getting fresh air.
Nothing special.
Definitely don't buy that. What was I going to ask about?
Roy was terrified. It was as if he had seen a ghost.
So that's one that I think we should try to get a follow-up on. And then Juiced Murderer.
If Marie weren't gone, I would say she was the one who killed him.
Why, though? Why would you think that? And is it possible that she's right? Catch up on chat here. And see, Crush said, I think I've heard that one reason not to rake and bag your fall leaves is so overwintering firefly eggs can hatch in summer. Oh, interesting. Mostly in northern central U.S. Oh, okay, interesting. Connery says, I've never seen a firefly before I visited Indiana. That's fascinating. Silver says, I saw them maybe once in Florida, and this is the first time since I moved to Kansas. Haven't seen them since New York, New Jersey, regularly. Got it. Does that mean Ray, the firefly and the princess and the frog is a lie? Yeah, that, I was thinking that also. It totally popped in my head. Davor says, I found a playthrough of Macaw 45 doing Father World. Video ends with him getting obliterated by fireballs, closing the game and exclaiming, no one beats this game. No one defeats Zionist. I'm going. I mean, it took Pixel Turkey a very long time to get through that fight. I wish you luck. I wish you luck. I think you could do it. I think Louisiana have a type of lantern bug that behaves differently but still has bioluminescence. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Ask Nina. Oh. Okay. Most of these notes are things that I specifically made a note to try to get a follow-up on. So I think we'll stop worrying about them right now. Let's start with picking up where we left off last week. So there's two characters that we have not gone through all the dialogue for, and then there's a bunch of characters where we haven't, like Anita, we only talked to at 5 p.m. on the first day, which is the thing, like I'm pretty sure all these were on the 31st, but I am going to make a note of that now. So we want to go through all the other time periods with everybody, and then get the two people that we missed, which are Bruce and Anton. So I think since we're talking to Anita right now, we'll start with asking her the time period questions. From so we left off over here. This is a lot of time. But Anita is an interesting character, so this could get us something noteworthy.
I was with Sue.
And when we go through the scheduling, we want to make sure that we have notes about all the things they mention here. Anita's room with Sue. So we knew that already. 5 to 6. 6 to 7.
Bob came to see me. We talked about Marie.
Oh, that's interesting. Her room with Bob. Talked about Marie. Oh, yeah. We've witnessed that conversation. Okay. Yeah. That is the time when Marie's bookcase gets broken into. And someone thought that Bob and Anita were having a big fight, I think because of the, broken glass that happens at that time. But they're not actually fighting from what I could tell. They're maybe having a disagreement. There are apparently multiple species of fireflies that exist all over North America. Oh, okay. Scheduling 8 to 9.
I was eating.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I did have a note, actually. Fight with Bob. Okay. I was looking at the wrong time slot here. So eating. And then she's at the bar, 9 to 10.
I was in the bar.
Mm-hmm. 10 to 11.
I was reading in my room.
Reading. And 11 at midnight.
I was in my room.
That, I believe, is all correct. And then at midnight, she leaves her room. But I wonder if she's going to be honest about that. I can't remember if I've asked her.
I was strolling around.
Okay. So she does admit that she leaves. But she doesn't admit why.
I visited the island.
Visited the island that she lives on. That's such a weird thing to say, but okay. 2 to 3.
I was strolling around.
Strolling around. And like... Wait, why doesn't she... At some point, we've gotten her to admit that she saw Juiced around the time he got killed. But she's not admitting that right now. Oh, I'm asking about scheduling, not what she noticed. Okay, that's the difference. Okay.
I was sleeping. I was sleeping.
5 to 6.
I was sleeping.
7 to 8.
We learned about Just Death from Anton.
Mm-hmm. 8 to 9.
I visited the island.
Okay, so she was at the pond. I never know, like, when they say something like that, it's super vague. It sounds kind of suspicious, but I mean, not necessarily. Like, I think we're meant to interpret it. I was visiting the island as like, another way of saying I was just kind of walking around. So like she goes to the pond at 8 and then the well at 9. And like that seems noteworthy because like she was supposed to meet someone at the well at midnight and then Juiced dies. And then soon after she goes back to the well. I noticed I wrote well 9 p.m. around 9 a.m. So probably one of those is wrong. I don't know which one.
I visited the island.
9 to 10.
Bob came to see me. We talked about Marie.
Okay. This is a... Okay. Just wanted to make sure. So that was 9 to 10. Huh. So they talked about Marie again. Six to 7.
Bob came to see me. We talked about Marie.
Interesting. And then 9 to 10 a.m.
Bob came to see me. We talked about Marie.
That's a conversation that might be worth snooping on. I'm pretty sure we have not seen that one. So I'm going to make a note about that. And then 11 to noon.
After the shots we all went out in front of Muggy's place. Roy ran up yelling that someone had shot at him.
Okay. Pages are falling out. So now we're up to, okay, 11 a.m. on the 1st. But we still have the other list to go through. Run out of Firefly facts. Firefly flax? Hello, Ms. Ray. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. The larva stage lasts up to 2 years. Oh my god. So that's why Suburban Leaf Collection is fucking up the summer fireflies. That's terrible. Hope the mystery is going well under the firefly rabbit hole. You haven't missed much. Don't worry about it. Also, most fireflies depend on wetlands as habitats, so loss of that is also causing them to decline, right? Light pollution is also an issue. So if it's been too bright, dry, and not enough native vegetation, that can impact population size. Interesting. Firefly larvae love to eat snails and slugs. Good to know. Thank you for all the snail facts. Okay. So now we're going to go through what have you noticed starting at 5 p.m.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
6.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Need another otter. Actually, I'll just use this otter. That was 7, I think. 8 to 9.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
So 6 to 7 is interesting.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Like, she's in her room, right next to Marie's room, talking to Bob, and someone breaks into Marie's bookcase. Somebody else told us about that. But she didn't hear it or isn't admitting it. Like, we know that's Roy because he has the book. Unless someone else breaks in and gives it to him. But, like, we also followed him and saw him go into Marie's room. So, like, I have zero doubts there. It would be very frustratingly misleading if it turned out that was incorrect. So yeah, like, why? I don't know. It's hard to know if that's meaningful. Maybe she just, was really into the conversation with Bob and didn't notice this loud crash, or just forgot about it. I don't know. It seems like that must be meaningful, but I also don't have a good reason for why that would be. I guess, like, it could be that she's working with Roy in some way, I suppose.
Nothing special.
Anyways, where were we? We'll do 8 to 9 again.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
9 to 10.
Everything was as usual.
10 to 11.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
11 to 12.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
Okay. So that's something we should follow up on. That's the time that she was supposed to meet someone at the well.
I was taking a walk. I ran into just behind his place. When he saw me, he cleared out.
Okay. Say that again.
I was taking a walk. I ran into just behind his place. When he saw me, he cleared out.
Behind his place. When he saw me, he cleared out. Behind his place is interesting to me because I assume the window, yeah, like it's opposite the front door. I think. I guess it's hard to be positive, but like I feel like the window that you see inside Juiced house is meant to be kind of on the back of the house. And at this point in time, that window is open. It was stuck earlier, so you couldn't even open it. But now it's open. It's been smashed in one pane. And Roy's diamond was right below the window. So, you know, that strongly suggests that his murderer broke in through that window. Or somebody came through that window while Juiced was sleeping. And then he dies pretty soon after that. He is killed pretty soon after that. In case I don't answer a question, say my name, I might nod off. Okay, thank you. So if he's behind, like, I'm trying to like make sense of this. Like, either there's something about the sequence of events that I'm missing, or she is lying. And I don't know which it is. It's really hard to tell. But this is 100% a thing where I want to get an item and try to get more info out of her. Let's see. So that was 1 to 2.
Nothing special.
2 to 3, 3 to 4.
I was sleeping.
4 to 5.
I was sleeping.
5 to 6.
I was sleeping.
6 to 7.
I was sleeping.
Just being thorough. 7 to 8.
We learned about Just's death from Anton.
8 to 9.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
Whenever somebody says that, it seems like they're hiding something, right? And that is specifically when, well, at 9, let's see if she says anything about 9 to 10.
Nothing special.
Okay. So right at 9 is when she's with Maggie in the saloon. They're eating, and Maggie says to meet her there at 10:30. Oops.
Nothing special.
Wrong thing. 10 to 11.
There were shots fired.
11 to noon.
Chris asked me all sorts of questions about Maupiti.
Oh, I was distracted by chat. Let's repeat that real quick. It seemed interesting.
Chris asked me all sorts of questions about Maupiti.
Okay. Val said, who brings a diamond to a murder? I mean, it seems to be Roy's earring, so, like, it seems pretty definitive that that was the earring he was wearing previously. It fell out. Or, you know, maybe someone stole it and put it there. It's possible, but I feel like that seems unlikely. Chris asked questions about Maupiti from 11 a.m. to noon. Oh, I'm on the wrong time period here. Okay. Okay, she's at Maggie's. Chris asks about Maupiti. That doesn't seem super surprising. Just Chris trying to get more info. Just doing cop stuff. But, you know, there might be something we could learn there. I don't know. Okay, so we're caught up with Anita now until current time. Let's find someone we haven't interrogated at all. So that's Bruce or Anton. We'll just take the first.
I'm listening.
First one of them that we find. And then I think after we've done one of those, we'll come back to this save file and we'll try to get more information out of Anita on any of those topics that seemed interesting there. There's Sue. I guess they're probably both at the pier right now. Chris and Bob are here. Anton might be working on the boat. No? Okay. I guess he could be in his room. Bruce is not in his room. I know I could just check my notes, but... Okay, I'll check my notes. Okay, 2 o'clock. $2 p.m. Bruce is... Oh. Okay, he was at the bar. And will be in his cabin soon. Anton was also at the bar and will be in the garden soon. Okay. We'll go to the bar first. Oh, there's Bruce. Okay, Bruce wins.
Yes, sailor.
None of the women go to the pier or the boats during the game time. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Okay. So we're going to go through literally everything here. Well, no, we're not going to do the your opinion on lists because we've already gone through those with everybody. So we'll go through all the names and then all the times, and also we'll start with, what are you doing?
Nothing special.
A likely story.
A really good woman, believe you me.
So it sure seems like Bruce and Maggie are maybe not in a relationship, but like they know each other really well. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
A fine-looking girl and all the same not lazy.
I don't know what to make of that statement.
Proletarians everywhere, shake it up, or as Maggie's God says, love one another.
Sure.
I'm going to confess something to you. I've never been with a girl.
So you keep telling us. Roy.
The best mate I ever had.
Would you say he's a murderer?
There's not much to say about that, you know.
That was Chris. Bob.
Between the two of us, I think we've hit all the talents in all the parts of the world.
I'm just writing that down as a reminder that they know each other really well.
He's usually off with some girl. He has a one-track mind.
So they're the two captains of the two boats that are currently docked here. So that was Anton? Interesting.
He's usually off with some girl. He has a one-track mind.
Juiced.
There's no way to know what he thinks.
What? No way to know what he thinks.
Maggie watched over her as if she was her own daughter. I'm going to confess something to you. I've never been with a girl.
I'm just thinking about Lucy again. Specifically, the wig. Like, so we learned a lot last week about the discovery of the wig. So Juiced was fishing on North Beach. He pulled something out of the water. Sue and Roy, I think, were like 50 yards away, also on North Beach. So they saw him do this. And Sue described it initially as yellow algae, but then eventually admitted that it looked unusual in some way. And this is like right before Juiced tries to burn the wig. So we're pretty certain at this point, I would say, that Juiced fishes the wig out of the water and then, from what we could tell, immediately goes to burn it. And also, based on the description of it looking like yellow algae, it seems pretty certain that it's a blonde wig. And what else do we know about the wig? When we show it to certain people, they say it looks familiar. But we'll only give very vague info about it. And then the other thing we know that may be related is that there is a photo of Juiced and Lucy, and she has blonde hair. And then if we take the wig out of Roy, Juiced's stove and show it to him, he says, "I'm scared." So I'm just trying to put all that together. It just kind of all popped in my head when I asked Bruce about Lucy again there. We discovered when you will wear wigs. Figured out half my riddle last week without trying. Did I write that down? I don't think I did. If you remember that and want to share it again, you're welcome to. But no worries if not. Okay, I feel like we'll be able to make some progress today at some point, regardless. And that's all I ever ask for. Okay, let's get into scheduling. Okay. Dronon says, a trio together, alone, cruel and free, perceive the unexpected once there by the sea. After, some will take two, some will take three. So the first half of that seems to be referring to Juiced, Roy, and Sue on the beach. The unexpected is the wig. After, some will take two, some will take three. I don't know what that could be referring to. But an intriguing riddle. Thank you for sharing it, Kim. Okay.
We were at sea.
Let's go through this long ass list. I gotta move my Otter bookmark here. And at night,
we dropped anchor around 2 in the morning.
Okay. 10.
I was getting some fresh air on deck.
11.
I was strolling around.
Yeah, putting money in a tree, maybe? Had to go put some money in a tree for somebody?
I was strolling around.
I can't make sense of the money in the tree and why no one ever seems to take it. And Bruce is so nervous about the whole thing. It seems like. Right, last week we learned he's nervous even the night before. So even before things start happening. I'm just trying to find my note about that. Oh, Bruce nervous at noon on the 31st and at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Oh, right. Chris said that Bruce has stayed in his cabin for 2 days, even during the hurricane. And also that he was nervous the night before. That's how you grow your money. That makes sense. He seems to like strolling around. If we're going to take him for his word, anyway. They all know it belongs to the Fae, and they don't want to offend the Sealy Court. Okay. What's Bruce's Arbor class? You take Fae money, and that's how you get cursed. Okay, let's continue with scheduling here. So that was 11? I'm pretty sure we did at least 11.
I was getting some fresh air on deck.
Okay. So that seems to be accurate. Noon.
I was getting some fresh air on deck.
1.
I was eating.
Okay. And 2 people told us he was nervous at 1. 2.
I was taking a little nap.
Okay. Three.
I was taking a little nap.
Checks out. 4.
I was talking to Nuggy.
Okay, that's correct. 5.
I was in the bar.
Okay. 6.
I was taking a little nap.
Clearly he was stress eating and napping. 7.
I was working on deck.
8.
I visited the island.
Sure. I don't actually know where he is at that point. And it seems like typically when someone says that, they're at the pond or the well. So that could be notable that he's at the pond or the well at that point. Although I don't know that we'll necessarily learn anything if we can narrow it down. 9 to 10.
I was working on deck.
11 to midnight.
I was in my cabin.
He admitted being in Maggie's room from 10 to 11. I think we've snooped on that and didn't. Yeah, I think that was a time when like they're both there and like the game gives us no information about what is going on. As though they're simply standing there doing nothing the whole time. Okay. 12 to 1.
I was strolling around.
It's outside Maggie's. 1 to 2.
I was in my cabin.
And then he's sleeping until like 3.
I was in my cabin.
3 to 4.
I couldn't sleep.
It's probably because all the napping you did all day long. You gone and screwed up your sleep schedule.
I couldn't sleep.
A relatable problem. 5 to 6.
I was getting some fresh air on deck.
Oh, he was at South Beach at 4:30. So he went back there. He couldn't sleep because he was nervous about the money. If we could learn anything about why he put the money in the tree, I feel like that would be great. I'm trying to remember, have I ever tried hide while Bruce is putting money in tree? Have I ever tried that? I don't think I have. I know we've tried hiding on South Beach at some point, because I eventually learned if you hide in the right spot. Oh, I think I was doing that because I wanted to see if anyone ever came and took the money. If I remember correctly. Okay, where was I? Shit. All right, he was South Beach, so 4 or 5. We'll go back to 4 just to make sure we don't miss anything here.
I couldn't sleep.
And then 5.
I was getting some fresh air on deck.
6.
I was getting some fresh air on deck.
Seven.
They fished out just body.
8.
I was shooting the breeze with Roy.
Yep. I have a weird arrow. So I wrote that in the wrong spot, but it checks out with what you just said. 9 to 10.
I was getting some fresh air on deck.
10 to 11.
I was in the bar.
I'm just going to scribble out this line here. I do wonder if somebody told us something different at some point. That was 10 to 11, right?
I was in the bar. I'm listening.
Oh, I missed. 11 to noon.
After the shots we all went out in front of Muggy's place. Roy ran up yelling that someone had shot at him.
Noon to 1.
I was having a drink at the bar.
And 1 to 2.
I was having a drink at the bar.
And he got drunk as a skunk, according to someone else. Probably because he was so nervous about his tree money. Someone took it like you before the person he's paying, that would be trouble. I can't remember if I've tried that. Just to see what happens. But no one ever collects the money, so like I feel like probably nothing would happen. Okay, so Roy, we've done up to 1 to 2. With scheduling, and now what have you noticed?
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
10 to 11.
I was on deck. I heard Chris talking to someone in his cabin.
Oh, Chris was using the transmitter. 10 to 11. Interesting. Oh, I have a note about that already. Like that's not for sure what's going on there, but I feel like that's pretty good odds. I wonder if that's I don't remember if we've ever tried going in Chris's cabin immediately. Like if we could get in there immediately at the start of the game and listen to that would be fascinating. But there's probably no way to do that. If only we had a glass we could hold up to his door or something. I'm going to make a note about that. So that was 10 to 11?
I was on deck. Okay. I heard Chris talking to someone in his cabin.
Okay. $11 to noon.
Everything was as usual.
Mm-hmm. Fans his fingers out from one ear. Yes, exactly. Just gotta do that. Oh, God, why? Like, distracted for the briefest moment, and I forgot which one I was on.
Roy really chewed Chris out.
Okay. Roy chewed Chris out. They were on the pier. Oops, wrong one. 1.
Maggie's eyes were red from crying.
2.
I was sleeping.
3.
I was sleeping.
4.
Nothing special.
5.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
6.
I was taking a little nap.
7.
From the boat I could see smoke coming from Just's house.
I wonder if that's how we first learned about that. I'm curious if he's the only one that will tell us about that, if there's other people that mention that also. Okay, 8 to 9.
Everything was as usual.
9 to 10.
Nothing special.
I wonder if that's animated in the Amiga version. Yeah, that's a good question also. I think we just did 10 to 11.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
That's when he's in Maggie's room. I never know what to make of that one. Like, clearly they're hiding something, but that doesn't necessarily mean we can learn more. 11.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
Midnight.
I caught a glimpse of Bob slipping into Anita's room.
Okay, yeah. Bruce is outside Maggie's building. And Bruce going into Anita's room matches with what we've seen. 1 to 2.
I was sleeping.
2 to 3.
I was sleeping.
3 to 4.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
4 to 5.
Everything was as usual.
5 to 6.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
6 to 7.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
7 to 8.
Just didn't die from drowning. They cut his throat before dumping him in the water.
That's not new information. It's possibly new information that he tells us that. it seems noteworthy that he tells us that. It seems like if he was the killer, he wouldn't draw attention to how he murdered the guy. I don't know. So that was 8 to 9, right?
I didn't notice anything,
Right.
Mr.
7
Lang.
to 8. Okay. 9 to 10.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
10 to 11.
There were shots fired.
11 to noon.
Roy was terrified. It was as if he had seen a ghost.
Too. Noon to 1.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
And 1 to 2.
Everything was as usual.
Okay. Interesting. All right. So we're done with Bruce. I think at this point I want to back up and interrogate Anita about those topics that I was interested in. We won't be able to do all of them at once, I don't think, but we can take care of a couple of them at least. But we'll have to reset to do that. I also need a quick bathroom break. So I'm just going to go jump in a well, and then I'll take my bathroom break, and then when I come back, we'll talk to Anita more. Okay, 128 deaths. I'll be back in just a minute. Silver says, me, maybe I can dig into some of my notes for upcoming stuff while I watch Robot Space or interrogate people. Also me, but what if I instead spent 1.5 hours tweaking my Stream Deck to optimize how I update OBS lower thirds for Next Fest? Interesting. Still me, what if I figure out how to automate Twitch stream game at the same time? I must sleep soon so that voice can get that. Got it. Twitch stream game category chasing. Got it. Yeah, that's something I've worked on that a little bit as part of the app I've been working on, but there's still more that I would like to do. My updating the text on my stream that says what game I'm playing, I make a graphic in Photoshop because I need the typography to be perfect or it will upset me. But I'm gonna eventually try installing the font on my stream computer and seeing if I can get the like a web overlay that looks correct. When I first set things up the way I didn't know how to use a custom font in OBS, but I think I understand that now, and it's actually easier than I expected. Forgot to ask during your break, did you know that new Severance season was shown in an Apple TV Plus sizzle reel? Yes, I did know that because I watched that all for work. It's always weird when they start out a developer conference with like showing off all their latest Apple TV Plus shows. Like, I know the keynote is a more it's more for the public than it is for developers, but it still feels weird. And I didn't tell you? Well, I mean, they didn't really show that much. I figured you already knew that, more Severance was coming eventually, and I don't think they said when it would be out or anything. If they did, I missed that. Silver says, like, if it was a release game, I could totally do it just through a multi-action switch, but not all game demos are in the database yet, so it'd be iffy. Right. Okay, back to 3. So, let's see. We got a bunch of things to ask Anita about. Some of them we can do at any time. Some of them are more time specific. The one I really, really want to ask about the most is what she saw at midnight and 1 to 2 a.m. What she noticed, rather. So let's start with those two. Let's see, we can grab at least 3 items she likes very easily. So we'll go ahead and drop a bunch of stuff first. And then go grab stuff. So the newspaper, bracelet, brooch, and the suntan lotion. So that's 4 things. That's pretty good. Take that, and then we'll go ahead and drop off one of these keys to make more room. I don't think we'll need any keys right now anyways. Okay, that's fine. So let's see. Let's go to South Beach. Get the suntan lotion. Maggie's. Oop, sorry about that. And grab the bracelet, Anita's bracelet. I'm just stopping to think about that again. Anita's bracelet being underneath here. Is that evidence that Anita is the one that broke in here? Maybe. Maybe not. Oxy Joe, hello, welcome. Yeah, this pixel art is pretty great. I enjoy it quite a bit. And it's especially nice, the palette changes based on the time of day. Like there's a bunch of different palettes it cycles through, so it's like it gives you a realistic idea of how this each area of the game would look at each time of day. So it's a neat effect. Like some games will do like a day and night version, but this is a lot more detailed than that. Never heard of this game. So you're certainly not alone in that. It's definitely not well known, but it's super interesting. It is considered by some to be one of the most difficult games ever made, and certainly my experience with that agrees with it. 1991 is like just after the first King's Quest games. Yeah, I think the first one came out in 88, if I'm remembering that right, maybe 87. And then the Amiga version of this came out in 90. So this is the DOS version that came out the next year. Dronan says, also appearing next month on Maupiti Island, Perez Prado and his orchestra. I don't understand the reference you're making here. Okay. So we got our... Sorry, just some fuzz or something on my microphone. Okay. We got our 4 items. Now we just need to find Anita. I think most of the things we want to ask about we can do at this point in time. Is she in the saloon right now? Is that right? No. Let's see. 5 minutes to 10. Huh? It says saloon. Is there a brief period where she's missing? Okay.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
Oh, 84. Okay, yeah. The King's Quest 4 was 88. Oh, geez. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. I don't know why I was thinking 88 myself. King's Quest 5 was 90 and King's Quest 6 was 92. So this came between those two. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, this is a VGA. We're playing the VGA version of this game, but each screen has 16 colors at most, even though they could have used more. I'm not really sure why that is. It might be because of the palette changing just made it easier, or maybe they just simplified the art so they could use it for multiple ports of the game or something like that. And also, interestingly, the Amiga version is a lot more advanced in a lot of ways. Like, I would say the art overall is better in this version, but there's a bunch of animation in the Amiga version. It's also got much more advanced sound. The music itself sounds a bit better, and there's also continual like background sound effects, like beach sounds and stuff like that. Deavor says, I think 16 colors per draw call was a hardware limit on a lot of graphics cards at the time. Interesting. I think there's something about bit depth and palette cycling. Interesting. Also, hello, Jay Frisbee. Good to see you. Okay, so let's start with, what have you noticed at midnight?
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
What if I give you something you like? Would you remember what you were thinking of?
I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay, no. I figured that one was maybe a long shot, but good place to start.
You again.
Also, just as a reminder, I'm backing out of the conversation every time I do this. because the game gets a little buggy, and I just want to make sure I'm always giving the correct item that I'm clicking on.
I was taking a walk. I ran into just behind his place. When he saw me, he cleared out.
Okay. So this is a situation. A thing I didn't mention earlier is, like, it seems like Juiced is sleeping right up until he's murdered. But this kind of suggests that maybe he's like woken up and tries to get away or something. So this is perhaps Anita seeing Juice trying to get away from whoever is trying to kill him, or maybe there's something else about what's going on here that we've missed.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Dang. Okay, so next let's try asking about Juiced murderer.
You again.
Me.
If Marie weren't gone, I would say she was the one who killed him.
Like, that's especially interesting because I strongly suspect that Marie is not gone. But we also know that Anita hates Marie. And, like, I don't think there's much else in the game to suggest that Marie and Juiced hate each other. Wigs are traditionally planted in fresh soil at midnight. That makes sense. Shoot, I didn't mean to come in here. I'm going to ask that again just to make sure I'm not goofing up the...
If Marie weren't gone, I would say she was the one who killed him.
Goofing up the mechanic here.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Ask Anita about body is another thing on my notes. Ask Anita about the shots. So those both haven't happened yet. But we could wait a little bit. I knew it was coming. It's just a little bit louder and a little bit more sudden than I always expect. Okay. Oh, shoot. I waited too long. Where'd she go? Noon. Oh, I'm sorry, Lily. Oh. Inconsolable about Juiced at the bar. Okay. I thought she might be at the bar, but I was not sure. Oh, Sue and Bruce. I'm looking at... Oh, this is 1 to 2. Okay. We'll just wait until she shows up here. Okay. Maggie, Anita, Bruce, and Anton. At least she's not begging for my taco now. That's good.
You again.
It's me again. What are you doing?
I'm having a drink.
Fair. So we're going to ask about the shots. What did she say about the shots? Oh, shoot. We don't have that topic right now. Let's see. See if we can unlock it.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
Asking about 9 to 10, or no,
Nothing
8 to
special.
9 is another thing I wrote down to follow up on.
I didn't pay attention, I was thinking of something else.
I'm not sure which one is more interesting to me.
There were shots fired.
Okay. Did that give us the topic? I bet it didn't. Yeah, it didn't. Okay, we'll do the other one.
I'm listening.
I have another save that has all the topics unlocked, so that's a better way to ask about late game stuff like the shots and the body on South Beach. Okay, so let's ask again about 8 to 9 and then see if we can get any follow-up.
I didn't pay attention, I was thinking of something
I kind of
else.
don't expect it at this point, but we got to keep trying, right?
I don't see what you are getting at.
Once in a while that works, and when it does, it's always very exciting. Okay. So, let's see. I have a couple of things to ask Bob about. Sue, Roy. Bob's an easy one because he likes like anything related to Marie, so we can get some stuff to give him pretty easily. So let's do those. Marie's handkerchief, Marie's letter, we can grab here real easily. We already gave away the brooch. And then Roy's sheet of paper. That's the decoded note. Oops, that's not what I meant. So Bruce has the handkerchief. It doesn't take. What do you mean? Oh, right. I just remembered a thing that I learned. It's there, isn't it? Oh. Oh. Oh, I think I stashed it in my room in this save. Okay. So a thing I would mention that I keep forgetting about is if you choose wait, with any of the verbs, after you do that action, you can right click to select the action again. And with wait, that means you can just wait once and then right click to repeatedly wait, which is great if you're trying to pass a bunch of time really quickly. I got to try to remember to actually do that when I, want to wait for a long time. So it's much easier than what I normally do. Letter, binoculars, handkerchief. I'm still perplexed about the whole vanilla and cinnamon thing. The handkerchief smells like those, and Maggie's bra smells like those. Both found in Bruce's room. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything to it or if it's not that. Like, I don't know. It just seems odd. But maybe it's not important. Okay, and then the next thing I was going to get was... Oh, right, the sheet of paper out of Roy's room. Hopefully he's not there. Great. Oh. Oh! That's also something I already took in this save file. Oh, wait. I think I had that on me. Where did I drop it? Shoot. I dropped a bunch of items. That might have been in Marie's room. We can always reset if necessary, but it'd be nice to find that real quick. Just want to make sure I didn't stash it in here. Be described as a piece of paper. Oh. I don't think that's it, but it might have been. Shit. Oh, okay, that is it. Oh, you know what? I think the other note I had was a different one. Okay. So now we have 3 things to give to Bob. Where is Bob? It's 2:30 on the 1st. So Bob should be at Juiced's, or after that he'll be at the garden. There he is.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Bob. What are you doing?
I was looking for clues about Marie's death.
And did you find anything? Let's see. What do we want to ask Bob about? Ask Bob about Juice's death. Maggie will tell you. Oh, right. So.
I was looking for clues about Marie's death.
Clicked on the wrong thing. Juice's death.
Bruce didn't come to give us a hand when we dragged Just's body out of the water.
What? Does not match with this note I made. Maybe when we ask about his murderer.
Maybe he knew something about Marie's disappearance.
Huh. Oh, okay, I think I know what happened here. I thought this was such a weird answer. Yeah, Juice's death is right next to Marie's bookshelf. At one point, I thought that he said about Juice's death, Maggie will tell you what was stolen. And I was like, that's weird. Like, there's never any suggestion that something was stolen, or that anybody knew anything about something stolen from Juice when he was murdered. But yeah, I definitely just, was a pixel off and clicked on Marie's bookshelf, because that's the thing multiple people say about that. Okay. Let's go back to this one.
Maybe he knew something about Marie's disappearance.
I do think that that's a distinct possibility. I feel like it has to have been because of the wig. Specifically because of the wig. I feel pretty good about that. But I still don't get why. Let's see if we can get anything else out of him.
I don't see what you are getting at. You again.
Me again. Okay. I also wanted to ask him about the body on South Beach, which hasn't happened yet. So let's wait until that does happen. Let's see. I'm trying to remember how we can get there. Maggie, Sue, Anita, and Bruce. Bruce sits at the foot of the leaning tree. He's covered with large beads of sweat. Also, this scene reminds me, going back to the Apple Developer Conference, there's a beta for the software for the Apple goggles, and they added I think it's from Bora Bora. Like, they have all these like virtual environments you can like go to, and like, it's like a 3D surround thing, and it looks so much like this. It's very funny. Like the same like tree coming out in an extreme like almost horizontal angle with some other trees next to it. I just thought that was funny. So I can hang out on South Beach in virtual reality now if I want. Isn't there a beach scene in the film Contact? Yeah. Yeah. I haven't seen that in a while. But that's definitely a thing. Contact is what the scene reminds me of. Interesting. Yeah, I like that one a lot too. I watched it quite a bit back when it came out. Okay, so Bruce is by himself from what I'm gathering here. Let's talk to everybody and ask them what they're doing.
Yes, sailor.
Because the scene seems kind of interesting.
I'm taking a walk. I'm listening.
Oxy Joe says Arrival is so good if you haven't seen it and you like Contact. It's kind of a spiritual successor. Yeah, I enjoyed Arrival as well.
You need me for something, love?
What you do?
I'm sunbathing.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess it is kind of suggested that the women come here and sunbathe every day. Like, there's a couple items here that they seem to have dropped at some point, and at some point we got some dialogue suggesting this is like a regular thing they do.
Are you coming here? I'm sunbathing.
So I assume all three of them are going to say that.
Were you looking for me, sweetie? I'm sunbathing.
Okay. All right. So let's wait. Okay, so Bruce leaves. Huh. Interesting. This is new dialogue. I'm not holding you back, says Maggie. Don't blame us, answers Sue. What? What? What are they talking about? So, just for context, this is like 4:15 on the second day. So Juiced is dead. Died. His body was found several hours ago. Not holding you back, says Maggie. Don't blame us, answers Sue. Like, I don't understand what either of those statements are referring to exactly. I'm just trying to find the right spot in my notes so I can write this down. Okay, let's ask them all what they're doing again.
You need me for something, love? I'm sunbathing.
I'm not going to bother to ask them all again because I feel like they're just going to say the same thing. Dronan says, this weekend I watched the French cyberpunk animated film Mars Express. It's really good. Story's a bit derivative, but that's because it's an homage to several SF films. Can't wait for an English dub. Nice. Yeah, we talked about that recently, I think, a few weeks ago or something. I've had my eye on that also. Okay. So let's continue waiting. I think I'm going to observe repeatedly here. Okay, so then they all leave at like 5:30. Then it starts getting dark out. And then the body shows up, and Bruce is here. Bruce went up to the body, then he threw up with disgust.
Yes, sailor.
Oh, shit. I wrote down my previous note at the wrong spot. I've written PM next to it and underlined it 4 times. Good enough. What you doing?
I just found Marie's body on the beach. It's awful.
Oh, I have a note that Bruce didn't want Maggie to see Marie's body. I think that comes up a little bit later. Somewhere around Maggie's building. And it seemed potentially notable. Like maybe that's just like, you know, obviously we know that Maggie and Marie were pretty close. Like Maggie kind of treated her like a daughter. So maybe this is trying to, you know, not want her to see something that's going to be upsetting to her. But like, I feel like there's maybe a possibility here that Bruce knows this isn't actually Marie and knows that Maggie might realize that. It's just kind of a guess, but let's see if we got that topic. The body on South Beach. There we go.
I'm telling you, we are all going one by one right up to the last one.
Yeah, like statements like that also don't seem to fit with the idea of Bruce being a murderer. I mean, you know, obviously it could just be an act, but it seems like he's one of the people that's the most freaked out by the stuff happening. Okay, let's find Bob and ask him about the body. I forget why I wanted to do that. I do think Bob is one of the few people that identifies this body as actually being Marie. So Bob is... It's 6:45. So he's probably at the saloon. No. He was... Oh. Pier until 6:30, and then he's at the saloon at like 7:30. So where is he right now? I think we'll just wait. They just told you that Bruce found a body on South Beach. Yes, we knew this, but thank you. Derek Ironbutt says, I'd like to look up how long it takes for a body to decay in salt water, but I don't want that search history. I think that's fair. That is a good question, though. But like, you know, when they find Bruce's body, there's no suggestion of it being decayed. You know, that was also like a matter of, you know, we know he's only in the water for like 6 hours. But like, I feel like this body has to have been in the water for at least like a couple days, if not longer. So that's a good point. Like, if it's Marie went missing the night of the 30th, and it's now the 1st. So it's only been like 2 days. So is that enough time for Marie's body to have decayed so much it's unrecognizable? That seems unlikely to me. I mean, I certainly don't know a lot about that sort of thing, but that doesn't add up to me. Where's... What? Am I looking at the wrong day? No, I got the right day. Where the hell's Bob? Oh, saloon, not bar. Dang it. So we missed him. Okay. He might come back here. What the heck? I'm looking at the right column. I have saloon between 7 and 8, and then parlor between 8 and 9. Wait, parlor. I think when some people say parlor, they're referring to the saloon. I don't know. He should be at the pier, so we're just going to go there. There he is. Okay. Finally.
What do you want?
Culinary says salt water would preserve a body better. Yes. Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking. It's also the matter of the fish. Yeah. Oxy Joe says, but also what is meant by unrecognizable? Like, I bet it's pretty bloated after 6 hours. Could be. Yeah, like most of the text in this game is pretty brief, so we're not really given a lot of detail. But yeah, kind of the only thing we know is like, it seems clear that this body has been in the water and has been dead for longer than Juiced's body. So it's been there for more than 6 hours or so. That's kind of all we can be positive about. Kind of morbidly curious as to what someone named Culinary Disaster knows about salting a body. Oh no. Okay, so we wanted to ask Bob about the body on South Beach. So let's see what he says.
We weigh anchor at 11 p.m. Mr. Lang, be on time.
Yeah, I know. The game's almost over. I'm doing my best. Opinion on the body on South Beach.
She drowned. I didn't find any sign of violence, but she swam like a fish, so I think that it wasn't really an accident.
Okay. So she drowned, but she was a really good swimmer. Like, we're told that she goes diving regularly. So it seems unlikely that, you know, she wasn't killed in some way. But again, like, Bob is definitely assuming this is Marie. Although it's worth noting, like, if this isn't Marie, my best theory is that it's Lucy. And we're also told that Lucy is an avid diver. So in both cases. So let's give him something and see if we can get any more info. Handkerchief.
I don't see what you are getting at.
No luck. I've got at least one other item to give him, so I'm just gonna do my best to get some more info out of him.
Nothing special.
Let's see. He tells us he's strolling from 1 to 3.
I was strolling around. I was strolling around.
And then again at 7 p.m.
I was strolling around.
Just want to make sure my notes are right there. So, does he say anything interesting?
Everything was as usual.
Okay, let's try that one.
I don't see what you are getting at.
I think it's Fred. Could be. All right. Unsurprisingly, that got us nowhere, but at least we've checked some more things off the to-do list. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else we can do before the game ends or before I go jump in the well again. Maybe when we reset here, I've got a couple things we want to try right at the beginning of the game. So maybe on our next reset, we'll give that a shot. Bruce at 10 p.m. thinking of something else. Oh, if we get Marie's lucky strikes, Bruce will be interested in those. Yeah, we've got a little bit of time here before the game ends, so let's see if this gets us anywhere. Let's see. I think the lucky strikes are in the drawer here. Am I remembering that right? It makes sense. Great. Does he like that lighter? Okay, so where's Bruce? At the pier? Or maybe South Beach? Check South Beach first. Okay, he's here.
Yes, sailor.
So I made a note just a bit ago that at 10 p.m. he's thinking of something else. So that must have been on the first day?
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else.
Okay. Let's see if this jogs your memory. Some cigarettes.
I don't see what you are getting at.
No. What are you doing?
I'm getting a little fresh air.
Where you found a dead body that upset you a lot, allegedly? It's an interesting place to get some fresh air.
I didn't pay attention. I was thinking of something else. Maggie broke down. She wanted to go see Marie's body, but I kept her from going by telling her it was better not to see something like that.
Okay. So that was 7 to 8?
Yeah. Maggie broke down. She wanted to go see Marie's body, but I kept her from going by telling her it was better not to see something like that. I don't see what you are getting at.
Okay. Is that actually an item he likes? Okay, yes. Okay. All right, that might be it for this playthrough here. So when we reset, I'm going to try to get into Chris's room immediately. Like if we could hide in there and see what he's doing. I assume he's using the transmitter right at the beginning of the game. I don't think we'll be able to witness that, but I want to give it a shot. And then after that, I want to try to hide here on South Beach to see if we can observe anything interesting when Bruce hides the money. I'm trying to remember. I think we're mostly making an assumption based on Bruce's activities, that he is the one that hides the money. Like, we know he's here early in the game around the time when the money first appears. He comes back here often. You know, earlier we saw him leaning against the tree and like profusely sweating. So like, it seems pretty certain. But, you know, it might be interesting if we could observe that. All right. $129. So we start right at 10, and that's exactly when Chris is heard talking to someone in his room. So yeah, I don't think this is going to work, but let's see what happens anyway. A wild riddle has appeared. This one's Chris's room. Yeah, he's in there.
You wanted to see me.
Interesting. Let's see. So it was Bruce that told us about that. I wonder if Roy... Well, we already interrogated Roy and he didn't mention it. Okay. Let's go to South Beach. Bruce is right here now, so we should be able to do this, I think. Yeah, great. Hide self. Okay. It's a good hiding place. We're like basically hiding behind the tree that he's putting the money in, but the game says it's good, so. Let's see if I can figure out exactly when that happens. Okay, it happens around noon, so we can skip. Here's Bruce. Bruce paces back and forth. So he comes here at 11. Does he really wait an hour before he puts the money in? I'm a little worried I'm going to miss something, but I don't want to like stand around here for the full like... How long would that take? 12 actual minutes? Too long. Bruce paces back and forth. Okay. I think at this point we might wait a little bit. Yeah, I think he'll go back to the deck at noon. Paces back and forth. Oh, here's another thing we can do in this save. I can't remember. I didn't check it off, so I don't think we've done this yet. Bruce is strolling from 1 to 3 and again at 7. It'd be great to figure out actually what he's doing. So we could follow him, or we could just jump around to different places during that time and see where he is. Let's see, if we follow him, he's in Marie's room looking for clues at 4. Oh, wait, maybe we did this already. Is this the right? 1 to 3. Oh, yeah, in front of Juice at 110, and then the well, and then the pond. Okay. So we clearly did that already. But maybe at 7 we haven't done yet. So he goes to Anita's room at 6. They have a conversation. That might be worth overhearing again. Supposedly they're talking about Marie. And then after that, he goes for a stroll, and we don't know where he is. pacing and pacing. I feel like we're not going to get anything else here, so nothing to signal. And now the $40 is in the tree. Let's take it just for fun. Okay. So we'll wait a bunch. Maggie and Anita are here now. Oops. Sue and Anita are here now. Anita covers Sue with suntan oil. Sue falls asleep. Okay, so hopefully I didn't wait too long there. We're gonna hide out in Anita's room. Oh, she's in there. Crap.
You wanted to see me?
No, I didn't. Well, we've got time, so hopefully she'll leave.
Always under my feet.
We never figured out when Anita and Juiced are in the kitchen together, did we? I just noticed that in my notes. Like, I'm so sure that's something I observed at some point. I think Anita is in her room until that meeting at this point, so.
Again.
I think I goofed up. But we could still follow Bob, potentially. If we can find him. I'm going to keep trying.
Again.
But I think right now is when they're in there together. We just, unless we're hiding in there, we have no way to see that they're both in there. $7.20. Oh, Dronon says, bribing works similar to giving, except, well, I'm not sure. The French guide suggests most NPCs have a minimum amount required to be bribed with, but when I've tried it, it's been inconsistent, like there's a random factor. Honestly, I haven't been interested in exploring it further. Yeah, I've tried it a couple times. I think I tried it once last week. It just seems really fussy. And I've never had it work successfully. So, like, if it's just another way to accomplish the same thing we can with giving items, I feel like it's probably not worth messing with at this point. It's possibly something I should have been doing, experimenting with throughout the game. That might have helped learn some things faster, but it just seems kind of imprecise and not worth the trouble. Okay. I don't know if we're going to be able to get anything useful here. So it's almost 8 now. Supposedly Chris is unbribable. Yeah, I feel like when I've tried to bribe him, like he just will always say something to that effect. Like, I don't think it even lets me choose an amount, if I remember right. Oh, here's Bob. But this is already after his stroll. So now he says he's looking for Juiced.
What do you want? I thought I would see just.
Why are you looking for Juiced? Anyways, I think we'll go ahead and reset here. Just because, like, there's still stuff we could do in this save, but or in this game, but because we started over from scratch, it'll take more effort to get to a useful point. So it's not worth the trouble. The developers would be disappointed in me for jumping in the well so much, but after this many hours, I'll do anything I can to get to the bottom of this. Okay, so what save do we want to go to now? I think I'm going to mostly go back to that save 3 today. Oh, we do have some things to ask Anita about later. I'm gonna restore my my pre-made save number 4 here. What just happened? What? Why is Finder being weird? Okay. I was trying to replace my current save 4 with my ideal save 4 that I created when I was doing homework, but it wasn't working for some reason. Okay, so this should get us there. Okay. Let me just check my notes that this is the right thing. So I made a save at 8:10. Yeah, okay. So this save should have all of the topics unlocked, including those last couple, the body on South Beach and the shots fired. So then we can... I have so many things that I want to ask Anita specifically about. I'm not sure why that is. I guess she just says a decent number of interesting things. So we'll start here and we'll grab all the same items we've been grabbing. Drop some things off so we have room. Take the bracelets. Take that. Let's see. And then we'll go back, to the pier and get the newspaper. And what was the last one? 3 might be enough. Necrotoaster, hello, good to see you. Got hit with ads for men's shaving and lactation aids for mothers? That's an interesting combo. Huh. But hello, good to see you. How goes the mystery? We haven't made a lot of progress, so you haven't missed much. I'm just kind of continuing how I was going last week with interrogating everyone thoroughly. So we have now interrogated Bruce thoroughly, and Anton is the only one that we haven't done that with. And then I also have a list of a bunch of things that I wanted to try to get follow-up information on with the whole, like, giving people an item game mechanic. So we're kind of focusing on that right now. Okay. I got 3 items, so that seems like it's probably enough. So let's figure out where Anita is at 8:45. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like she's mostly around Maggie's at this point. So in the saloon, probably right now. Yeah. One-stop shopping.
Were you looking for me, sweetie?
I was. So I wanted to ask her about the shots and the body. So we'll start with the shots.
Roy was terrified. It was as if he had seen a ghost.
Okay, so I want to see if she'll elaborate on that. Let's give her bracelet back.
I don't see what you are getting at.
No luck. I'm biding my time, twiddles fingers together like a mad scientist. Interesting.
You again.
So next was the body. The body on South Beach.
I was at the bar. Bruce came into the saloon yelling that he had found Mary's body on the South Beach. She had drowned. It seems it wasn't a pretty sight. She was unrecognizable. I don't see what you are getting at.
Heck. Let's see. I've got one more item to give her. I made a note earlier.
You again.
Let's see. 9 a.m. on the 1st.
Nothing special.
Excuse me. I made this note so we could spy on this, but let's see if this gets us anywhere. She's apparently talking to Bob in her room at this time of day.
Bob came to see me. We talked about Marie.
Okay. So we successfully got her to say more, but she just told us what we already knew. So that's kind of funny, but at least it's something. So we'll make sure to go spy on that conversation. I'm running out of things on my to-do list here. Ask Roy about the caves is one thing we could do. And then ask Sue about Lucy's departure. What is Sue like that we didn't already give away? That's the trick. Newspaper, all three of the things we just used. Oh, her ring that's in her room, so we can grab that really easily. I hope this bird is animated in the Amiga version. Okay, good.
Are you coming, dear?
So, opinion on Lucy's departure.
It's funny that she left without saying anything to anyone. I owed her money. I don't see what you are getting at.
And then Roy about the caves. We'll need Roy's earring. Oh, do I have the right key here? No, that's the trapdoor key. Did I put that stuff in Marie's room? Yeah. I think that first one is juiced. Oh, right. I keep forgetting. In these saves, I already have Roy's earring. In these saves I've made before last week's stream, I left most of the, bribery type items where they were so I could find them easily. But anything that seemed to affect the percentage of clues I wanted to pick up. Okay, so I think I stashed that one in here. There it is. find Roy. Oh, geez. Yeah, the game ends in 25 in-game minutes here. So we don't have much time. We got to go directly where he is, or the game will end, I think. He is in his cabin. Shit. Well, hopefully he'll talk to me.
You wanted to see me?
I did.
It's a hoax. There are no caves on the island.
Like, this one I wanted to follow up on just because that seems like a weird thing to say.
I don't see what you are getting at.
Like, we know there's caves. We've been in them. This guy probably knows the island pretty well, so I feel like this is a lie. But, you know, that doesn't mean giving him something he likes will get him to talk about it anymore. Okay. Man. I guess we could talk to Anton right now.
I'm listening.
I'm curious if the game will suddenly end in this conversation or if it will wait until I exit the conversation. We'll find out. Okay, Anton. Scheduling. No, let's go through the people first.
A really good woman, believe you me.
And then Sue.
It's a well-deserved rest.
Why does he say that about Sue? I don't know what that means. Anita.
She's nice to me.
Okay. Bruce.
That one, no one's stingier than he is.
Roy.
Without him, the bamboo would have long ago been junked or under 6,000 feet of water.
Chris.
He doesn't look like a sailor.
Bob.
Marie's disappearance was quite a blow to him.
Anton.
You can't spend your life worrying. I don't worry.
Good for you.
The first time I saw him, I said to myself that guy wouldn't hurt a fly, and I was right.
There are a couple of observations in the game that I wish I had more detail. The vagueness is infuriating. Yeah.
Bob's crazy about her.
Mm-hmm. And Lucy.
A pretty blonde, really stacked water broad.
Right. I forgot that that's another confirmation that Lucy is blonde. Or at least wears a blonde wig. Okay, now scheduling. Now the boring stuff. And we have the whole schedule unlocked.
I was on watch.
Who will wear wigs? That's the question. Don't forget stacked. Yeah.
I was in my cabin.
Okay.
I was in my cabin.
Okay. Anton, cabin. Right at the start. Surprised I didn't have that written down already. 11 to noon.
I was on watch.
I think that usually means they're on the pier. Oops, wrong thing. Noon to 1.
I was on watch.
Yeah, so my notes say he was on the pier at that point. One to 2.
I was on watch.
2 to 3.
I was on watch.
Interesting. My notes say he was in the corridor at that point. 3 to 4.
I was tinkering with the boat's motor.
Okay. So yeah, so he's on watch, and then he's in the corridor briefly, and then he goes down into the where the engine is. Tinkering. And I think about this every time that scene comes up. I've got to be missing something in there. I feel like that engine room is just very interestingly drawn. There's multiple things we can move and interact with, but like nothing has ever happened in there. I wonder if it'd be worth hiding in there and just observing. Anton occasionally goes down there. I don't know if anyone else ever goes down there, but maybe we'll do a playthrough where we just hide in the engine room the entire time and see if we can observe anything. Like that would be pretty easy to do if we just skip ahead every half hour. It wouldn't take long. And I feel like something has to happen in there. I'm trying to think of other areas where like not much happens. The hold of the fishing boat, like we haven't seen much in there, but like that at least has some interesting items to find. We've never found anything in the engine room of the Brisbane. Yeah. It just, I can't imagine they would have put so much work into that scene if it was just there. Like there's plenty of other like spaces on this island and on these boats that we don't get to go to at all. So I feel like it has to be important in some way. Okay. Where was I? We'll go back to 1. I think I probably did that.
I was on watch.
2.
I was on watch.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong column. Okay. So then 3 to 4 is when he's tinkering.
I was tinkering with the boat's motor.
Dronan says bounces up and down, looking hopeful. Interesting. Okay. God, did I just do 4 to 5?
I was working on deck.
Where am I? There's my deck. 5 to 6.
I was working on deck.
We haven't even found the wig store. That's so true. 6 to 7.
I was tinkering with the boat motor.
Okay. So my notes say he was back below deck again. I also just realized that the Brisbane is the boat that the lady in black wants to help with the smuggling or whatever they're doing. Like, I mean, obviously I knew that, but just thinking about that in relation to this part of the boat that must have some purpose, like, it's interesting to think about. Arabello, Verdantry, great to see you both. Hope you're doing well. How's the Maupiti Island saga going? It's going. We haven't made a lot of progress tonight. We're just kind of continuing what we did last week, thoroughly interrogating everyone. Hopefully we'll find something exciting before the night is over here, although it's already pretty late.
I was tinkering with the boat motor.
And I keep getting distracted from where I was on the list here. 8 to 9.
I was on watch.
Verdantry, that's amazing. If you don't understand this emote that Verdantry has just posted 3 times, you should stop by Verdantry's stream sometimes and check out the little animated... I was about to call it a dessert. I don't. To me, it has a dessert-like vibe. I don't know if that's accurate. I feel like that it must be meant as a kind of dessert. Amuse-bouche, yes. Monstrosity, also appropriate. That's such a good emote. Okay. What does it look like to me? I mean, Unsecret Crush and I gave our thoughts on it on Verdantry's stream at one point. I was not able to identify the center thing as pork belly myself, but I feel like enough other people have said that I feel like that must be right. It seems like it's sitting on some kind of tart. There's definitely like strawberries around it. It's very shiny, and I never thought about that too much, but someone recently suggested it looks like it has some kind of glaze on it, maybe a honey glaze, which I think is a sensible thought. I can't remember what else is in there. There's the weird little, like, to me it looks like it's supposed to be a creature or something. So like the little thing sticking out looks like it's supposed to be like a neck with a head on it. Yeah, it's got like what look like are supposed to be eyes on it, right? Like a couple sesame seeds or something. So I feel like that is intentional, that it looks like some sort of creature. I don't know what sort of creature it's supposed to be, but maybe some kind of bird. It looks a little bit sort of bird-like. Like a centerpiece for the Thanksgiving from the movie Coraline to me. Love how this thing is seeped out of my channel into your corner of the internet. Absolutely. Torsten Bronger, hello. Good to see you. Okay. So we had tinkering. Once again, I've lost place.
I was on watch.
So pier 9 to 10.
I was tinkering with the boat motor.
Tinkering again. Dude, you're doing a lot of tinkering throughout the day. Verdant Tree. Verdant Tree, thank you so much for using your Prime sub and supporting my channel for 3 whole months. Appreciate that very much. Paimon says, whatever it is, I hope it tastes good. Just like Paimon. I wonder if there's anything that Paimon wouldn't eat.
I was tinkering with the boat motor.
That's 9 to 10. 10 to 11.
I was in my cabin.
And then he goes to sleep for a little while. 11 to 12.
I was in my cabin.
12 to 1, still sleeping.
I was sleeping.
Oh, okay, so he has a different answer when he's actually sleeping. Interesting. So he doesn't go to sleep until midnight.
I was sleeping.
And then he goes to see Sue from 2 to 3.
I was on watch.
Right. Which is not correct. The timing of that is interesting. He goes to see Sue for like an hour right around the same time that Roy in the other boat, like if it was in the same boat, it would make sense that Roy just like notices him leaving and thinks, oh, this is a good opportunity or something. But it's a different boat. So Roy, who claims to be sleeping, leaves his room. Oh, actually, that happens at 1:30. He comes back at 2:30. Okay. I think 2:30 is when Anton shows up in Sue's room. Okay. So yeah, I think that's just a coincidence, but the timing is still kind of interesting. All right, pelican mess. How could I forget the phrase pelican mess? If it looks like anything, pelican is certainly one of the possibilities. Unsecret Crush said, I hope someone someday discovered the origin of the pelican mess because that is a 3D scan of an actual food object someone made. Yeah, I mean, if you had a 3D scanner and that object, how could you not scan it, really? Cheat slime, so probably not. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, it would be great to learn the origins of the pelican mess. Like, was it made specifically so that it could be 3D scanned? That wouldn't surprise me. Gotta remember to use my Prime sub more. I forgot to use it for months and just wasted all the value. Yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, obviously I get why they don't, but it'd be nice if they, reminded you when it's available in some way. Okay, so I think we just did 2 to 3.
I was on watch.
Says he's on watch. And then 3 to 4.
I was on watch.
Which is, like at that point, he's definitely not on watch. Is that worth bribing him to get him to admit what he's actually doing? We're not going to do that right now, because I think if I exit this conversation, the game will end. But we can do that later. I think I found it in an Internet Archive collection. Yeah, you linked to that at one point, and I went and looked at it there, but I don't think there was any information about its origins that I could see. Okay. 4 to 5.
I was on watch.
So at that point, he might be actually... No, okay, no. After seeing Sue, he's outside Maggie's briefly, and then he goes to the pond at 5 a.m. Right, because that's when he sees...
I noticed the strong box in the pond.
The strong box in the pond.
I was sleeping.
And then he goes back to the pier? Oh. My notes say he's at the pier from like 6 to 8. Might just be a mistake.
They fished out Just's body.
Arabella says, given the difficulty of this game, I wonder whether anyone has ever been able to complete it without a walkthrough or any hints at all. Silver says, somebody had to write the walkthrough. I mean, it could have been a developer. I think I remember it was probably drawn on set at some point that I don't know, what I remember of this is really vague, but just that some information about the game was kind of published by the developers at some point to help people out, which is not a super unusual thing to have happen back then. But yeah, it's definitely possible that no one has ever finished it without some sort of help, I think. But yeah, probably someone has beaten it without a walkthrough at least. But yeah, like Arabella just said, maybe the walkthrough was written by one of the devs. Who knows? Let's see. We left off at 6 to 7, 7 to 8.
They fished out Just's body.
That was the last one we did. So then 8 to 9.
I was having a drink at the bar.
Fernji says, I like to imagine some French guys dedicated their entire free time for the past 30 odd years to this game. I wouldn't doubt it, honestly. Let's see, that was 8 to 9, right? Yeah. 9 to 10.
I was on watch.
So back at the pier. 10 to 11.
I was in the house with the others. We wondered what was happening.
Okay. So at Maggie's, and that's when the shots are fired. And that's also when Maggie calls everyone but Roy and Chris to the saloon there to tell them that she thinks Roy is the one that murdered Just. $11 to noon.
After the shots we all went out in front of Maggie's place. Roy ran up yelling that someone had shot at him.
Dronan says on the AdvGamer blog site, user Ilmari made a series of 6 posts back in 2016 about their experience playing the game. I don't know if they resorted to a walkthrough. Interesting. New.
I visited the island.
Visiting the island. So he was at the well and then the pond. 1.
I was eating.
Checks out. 2.
I was on watch.
Oh. Might be lying again.
I was on watch.
Yeah, so he goes to the garden from 2 to 3. Um, oh, okay. So a bunch of people, Bob, Roy, and Chris are all at the garden around 4 for some reason that is not entirely clear. But when Anton is there, it's a bit earlier. And it doesn't look like there's anyone else there at that time. So that was 3 to 4.
I was working on deck.
4 to 5.
I was working on deck.
5 to 6.
I was with Anita.
Oh no, I was going to have a delicious cheddar cheese snack, but I guess our cheddar cheese is bad. Oh, that was before the power outage. Right, I mentioned at the beginning of stream that tornado came through, but I failed to mention that we also had no power for like 2 days. Whenever the power is out, I find it difficult to like do anything. It just like it throws me off so much. Like I always feel like I should spend my time doing, there's plenty of interesting things you can do that don't require a computer, but I find it hard to focus when my like routine is thrown off so much. Especially like the weather was, I would say, almost ideal for a power outage. Like it was pretty comfortable, but still a little bit warmer than we would like.
I was with Anita.
With Anita. Okay, yeah, I do have a note about that. That's something that might be, I don't know that we've ever investigated that. So that was at 5, right?
I was with Anita.
6.
I was relaxing.
Relaxing. I must have asked him some of these questions before, because I have a note that he is relaxing. 6 to 7.
I was relaxing.
7 to 8.
I heard Marie was dead.
8 to 9.
I was working on deck.
9 to 10.
I was tinkering with the boat's motor.
Which also matches my notes. Silver says something about this guy's synth speech sounds just off enough that it starts sounding like gibberish when it's a full sentence. I feel like Unsecret Crush has commented that like if you're not looking at the screen, it can be very easy to mishear. What am I supposed to snack on now? Naked dry crackers? Absolutely not. Peanut butter is a good idea. You know, some cheeses that smell so rank, I can't imagine telling when they go bad. That's a good point. Maybe they start smelling nicer. Peanut butter's not the vibe. That's fair. Crackers and cream cheese. That is a good combo. I don't know that I've had that since I became lactose intolerant. We found some fake cream cheese that's pretty decent as far as cream cheese goes, but it's not quite as good as the real stuff. Okay, so we got to the end of that one, right?
I was tinkering with the boat's
So next
motor.
it's time for the what have you noticed list.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang. I was in my cabin. I was in my cabin.
11.
I was on watch.
Noon.
I was on watch.
There's like multiple times where he's clearly lying about that, which just makes me suspicious anytime he says it. But there are plenty of times where like we can verify that he's on the pier when he says he's on watch.
I was on watch.
Wait, have I been clicking on the wrong thing? I'm going to start over.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
I'm not sure if I clicked on the wrong thing or he just says I'm on watch for both of them.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Roy really chewed Chris out.
Yeah, I was clicking on the wrong thing. Noon.
Roy really chewed Chris out.
1.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
2.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
3.
Everything was as usual.
Oh, there's a Wallace and Gromit Christmas special in the works. Interesting. Thank you for confirming, Derek Ironbutt.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Got busy and missed everything? Honestly, you didn't miss that much. Just a lot of asking questions about every single hour of the day and not getting a lot of information.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Every time I look at chat, I get confused about where I was.
Everything was as usual.
So I've definitely asked the same questions a lot of times. 4 to 5.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
5 to 6.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
6 to 7.
Nothing special.
7 to 8.
From the boat I could see smoke coming from Just's house.
So that's another place where we can learn that.
Everything was as usual. Everything was as usual.
That was 8 to 9. 9 to 10.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
10 to 11.
Nothing special.
11 to 12.
I was sleeping.
12 to 1.
I was sleeping.
1 to 2.
I was sleeping.
2 to 3.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
Okay. So that's the start of the time period where he goes to see Sue.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
4 to 5.
Everything was as usual.
5 to 6.
I noticed the strong box in the pond.
All these interrogations make wax tailors I don't know get stuck in my head. I'm not familiar with that. 5 to 6.
I noticed the strong box in the pond.
Of course. 6 to 7.
I was sleeping.
At the very least, I missed the state-of-the-art TTS. Yes. 7 to 8.
Chris looked at Just's body. He told us that his throat had been cut before he was dumped in the water.
This might be worth following up on. Like, I don't think he's lying, but like, it's hard to know when we're going to get follow-up information, because first of all, like, for all the questions we can ask, like, it seems like the cases where we can get more info are pretty rare. And then I feel like sometimes we're catching someone in a contradiction. Sometimes they'll tell us something that they just were avoiding mentioning or straight up lying about. But then I feel like there's been times where it's just kind of almost like we're just getting them to think more about what they're telling us and give us a little bit more information. Like the main one that comes to mind is Sue talking about the yellow algae. Like, we got her to, describe that more and say that, it maybe wasn't really algae, which was helpful. Good night, Silver. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. Still pixel hunting in the game or only interrogating? We're mostly interrogating at this point. I feel like I've done a pretty decent job of clicking around every scene at this point. Because there's so many verbs we can use, it's definitely possible I've still missed things. But we're focused mostly on interrogating at this point in the game.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lamb.
Once again, I lost track of where we were here, so I think I backed up a little.
Everything was as usual.
5 to 6.
I noticed the strong box in the pond.
We backed up a lot. 6 to 7.
I was sleeping.
7 to 8.
Chris looked at Just's body. He told us that his throat had been cut before he was dumped in the water.
Okay, that's where we were. 8 to 9.
The bird of ill omen cried 3 times.
It's not the first time we've heard that, but it sure is interesting. What? Exactly. The bird of ill omen cried 3 times. Maybe that's what the pelican mess is. It's the bird of ill omen. Thank you for the loon. So that's right after Juice's death, 8 to 9.
The bird of ill omen cried 3 times.
What is Anton doing at that point? Like, I don't understand if he's talking about a literal thing that happens or what. Okay, so Anton at that point is at the pier, or maybe in the bar. That sound effect is from Enchanted Scepters. It is so Enchanted Scepters was one of the first point-and-click adventure games, and the guy that created it, William C. Appleton, also created World Builder, and that ended up being published by Silicon Beach Software. And I don't know if they created all those sounds themselves or they maybe took them from like stock libraries or what. But because they're in World Builder, those sounds also appeared in a lot of other World Builder games. Some of the sounds in there they also used in other games that they published, like some of them are in Dark Castle, for example. So yeah, it's kind of hard to say. That's where I took it from, but there's certainly other possibilities for where you might have heard it. Oh, Drawn On checks the French guide. He says the exact same weird thing in French. Fascinating. Do you see that 8BitTo are doing a Model M themed keyboard as well as the Commodore model? Yes, I did see that, and they're very cool looking. Yeah, it is a Loon. So yeah, it's also possible, like, you know, that's what Loons sound like. So, you know, it might sound familiar because you've just heard other Loon sounds. It's such a distinctive call that I've heard it so many times now. Like every time I hear a Loon sound, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a Loon. Haven't played Enchanted Scepters. Yeah, like not a lot of people have. Okay. Surprise. I forgot where I was. Shit. I really wish it would come back to the screen I was on. Like, I feel like backing all the way out of the conversation each time is part of why I like lose where I am. Like if it came back here, it could just kind of keep my cursor in the same spot and go down the list. So I could use that to keep track of where it was. We made it to at least noon because I went to the next page in my book.
I visited the island.
But like, I literally have no idea where we're up to.
Bruce was drunk as a skunk.
Okay.
I didn't notice anything, Mr. Lang.
3 to 4.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
4 to 5.
Nothing special.
Asking for quality of life from this game? It laughs at your request. Yeah, I know. 5 to 6.
Everything was as usual.
6 to 7.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
7 to 8.
Bob wailed in despair, then he broke down, then he ran toward the South Beach.
I was about to say that is interesting, but I assume he heard that Marie's body was found before he wailed in despair. Because the body is found at 7. So that's like an hour later after Bruce would have come and told people about it. I do still want to write that down though.
The girls want to leave tonight on the Brisbane now that Marie's dead. Bob doesn't have any reason to stay on Maupiti.
Okay, so that was 7 to 8 actually.
Bob wailed in despair, then he broke down, then he ran toward the South Beach.
And then 8 to 9.
The girls want to leave tonight on the Brisbane now that Marie's dead. Bob doesn't have any reason to stay on Maupiti.
Girls want to leave on the Brisbane, specifically. I think that's referring to Sue and Anita specifically, not Maggie. just based on other conversations that happen. Like I feel like at some point we overheard them kind of talking about that. Nine to 10.
Bob is obsessed by a single idea to get as far away as possible from Maupiti.
Huh. Interesting. Okay. That's everything, right?
We weigh anchor at 11 p.m. Mr. Lang, be on time.
So, Anton, we've gone through absolutely every dialogue option. He's the first person we've done that with. I'm going to take a break because I still haven't had a longer break. So I'll be about 5 minutes and then I'll come back and we got a bunch of things to investigate. I think the thing I really want to do is our little stakeout in the engine room. So I think that's what we'll do. And then as long as it's not super late at that point, we'll do the quiz again. Like I said, at this point, I want to do the quiz at the end of every stream to see how we do. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. See you in a few. Oh no! Hello, Taco Adventure. Thank you so much for coming by. I was just about to go on a break, which I really need to do that. But hello, it's great to see you all. I hope you all had a good time. Ooh, new Tales from the Borderlands. I hope you had a good time with that one. We're playing Maupiti Island, which we've been doing for quite a long time now, since last November. I've been playing this every Tuesday since then. It's a very difficult game, but we're getting so close to the end of it. We're just trying to figure out all the details of the mystery that's going on here. Hello, Finkelroy. Coffee. No breaks for you. Oh, no. I'm going to take a little bit longer break because I haven't had one, but I'll be back in probably about 5 minutes or so, and then we'll spend some more time trying to dig things up here. So I'll see y'all in a few. Okay. Hello. Thank you for your patience. Dronan says, I'm very upset that this adventure game on an island never equips us with either a screwdriver or a shovel. It does have a rope, although the game describes it as a cord, which is interesting. It looks very rope-like. And it seems more sturdy than what I would consider to be a cord. Could just be a translation thing. Years ago, I thought I might try making a game in an adventure game studio, but it was too daunting. Came up with a lot of fun ideas, though. Like at one point, there's a door locked by a sliding block puzzle, except there's no picture or sequence to work towards. Every block is from a different sliding block puzzle from other games. Oh, wow. Steel pipe? What about a steel pipe? You get it off a curtain, right? I would call that kind of rope a cord. I mean, it's not really clear what it is meant to be. It's hanging on a wall, but I don't think it's meant to be part of the rest of the stuff that's hanging on the wall. I think it just kind of blends in with it. I don't know. For the solution, I was thinking either you have to pry the pieces off and short circuit the thing or call a professional locksmith. That's great. I love that. As another thing in the same genre as a screwdriver or shovel. Got it. Is there a steel pipe in the game? Am I forgetting this? Okay. So I think when we're getting an ending. We've been talking very long, and now it's time to leave the island and get the only ending we've got where you don't die. Well, I guess that's not true. There's other endings we've gotten where I guess you probably go to jail, at least for a little while. But in this ending, we simply leave without having solved anything. Okay, so the plan here is to hide in the engine room. Oops, I didn't mean to go out to the pier. So I guess I'll open it just because it's kind of fun to see it open. So there's a trap door here. And we can go down in here. And here's this very interesting drawing of the boat's engine. And we've never accomplished anything in here. Also, it says Deus Ex Machina at the bottom, which is very intriguing. I feel like I've clicked around a fair bit in here, so I'm not going to do it too much, but I am going to do it a little bit. There's a couple things I've discovered we can do, like we can turn that and like it visually moves, right? And then this other one, I think we can push. Yeah. And that moves visually as well. And there's some other things where we can use turn and, well, we can do something with some other things. And it kind of suggests we're accomplishing something, but those are the only two that actually move. Okay. So we can push this lever or whatever this is here, and it says it's moving. And also notably, like, we can't turn this back. Like, oh, okay. There's a fish tank that we can turn to reveal a hidden area. And in that case, it makes sense to close it to put it back, because we're like closing up this little hiding spot. And that made me wonder if maybe close was the verb to use to move this back. And sure enough, it is, even though that makes no sense. Okay, so we can use that on this one as well. Okay. That's a new discovery. I thought that once you move those, you could not put them back. But that's kind of interesting. I feel like in this game, there's certain things we can interact with that give a response that suggests that you're interacting with it in some way and that maybe there's something interesting about this item. But I think in a lot of cases, it's just like kind of misleading. And it's just like, you know, like if you push on a curtain or something, of course it's going to move. Like it's just giving you like a realistic response to your action. But in this case, like they went to the trouble to draw these things in two different positions. So I feel like there's got to be something to this. I can't think of anything in the game we've been able to like visually change like that didn't serve some purpose. But I cannot find anything else to do here. So let's hide. There's got to be a hiding spot here somewhere. There better be. Interesting. It's sometimes difficult to figure out where you can hide, but I don't know that I've ever struggled this much. Actually makes me wonder if we can't hide here. Let me catch up on chat here. Gotta have a steel or iron or lead pipe to be a real video game after all. I see. Sounds like the best ending to me. Yeah, maybe. Not sure the engine room has a hiding place. Why do we even have that lever? It's a great question. If I take the little slogans at the bottom literally, does that mean the engine swoops in to end the story somehow? I mean, it might. So there's possibly no hiding space here. It seems like there's a huge machine here. Surely there's some place we could hide behind it or whatever. But it doesn't really seem that way. So in that case, I guess we could still wait and observe what happens here. Like that could still be interesting. We've seen Anton come down here at some of the times that he's tinkering with the engine. And it's possible something interesting happens at some point that we could see even without hiding. All right. So in that case, I guess we'll just wait. We'll observe occasionally, but I probably mostly won't bother to observe unless someone's here. Okay, so Anton is here now. Hands covered with grease and his body dripping with sweat, Anton checks the motor. Let's also ask him what he's doing while we're at it. Since we're not hiding anyways, we might as well have a chat.
I'm working.
Yeah, I kind of figured that's all we would get out of him. So let's make sure while we're doing this that the times he's down here match up with what he told us. So, he actually comes down here earlier than he said. Okay. And then he's gone. And then he's back. Okay, so this is closer to the time he said he was down here. Same description.
You again.
It's me again. I'm gonna sit down here and watch you all day long, Anton. Get used to it.
I'm working.
This is my only goal in this life. Oh, speaking of which, I forgot to add to our total. We're on 131 deaths now. Back again. Okay. Oh, nothing to report. Interesting. Is he doing something
Always
different
under
now?
my feet. I'm working.
Still says he's working. Okay. That change in color was interesting. It almost looks brighter now, even though it's later. So now it's 6:20. And we get the same description when you observe. Hands covered with grease in his body, dripping with sweat. Anton checks the motor. Like,
Always under my feet.
to some degree, this is not unreasonable, but like, I feel like the amount of time he comes down here seems a little weird. I guess I'm not a boat guy. They did. They were kind of like on the outskirts of a hurricane. Like, it's not ever suggested that the Brisbane sustains any damage or anything, though. So, like, it makes sense to check out the motor, maybe give it a little tune-up, but, like, he comes down here so often, it seems a little weird to me.
I'm working.
But maybe if I was a boat guy, I would understand. I don't know. He's down here for a decent amount of time. So that was... It's 8 now. Okay. So now... Oh, wait, no. He comes back at 9. Interesting. Huh. There he is. Same thing.
You again. I'm working.
I think after he leaves this time, well, maybe I should commit to staying down here the whole time, just in case something interesting happens. I was going to say that maybe I would go grab an item to bribe him with, but I think I'm committed to just observing this space through the entire length of the game. I don't really expect anything to happen in the middle of the night, but you never know. Two a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Five, 6. I'm worn out now. Oh, okay. We've been told about Juice Body. Good night, good night, 6-7. I'll do my best. Hope you sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Now we're in full color again. That palette change is interesting. Every time. So now it's 10:30. I'm pretty sure he comes down here at some point the second day. Just curious when. Oh, maybe he doesn't. There's no mention of it in my notes. Oh, wait, no, at the very end. Okay. At least my notes say he goes down in the corridor. And I feel like usually when we spot him in the corridor, it's like he's on his way down here. Could be wrong. Could also just be going to his room. $3 p.m., 4 p.m. I'm beat now. I think I'm going to see if I can survive without sleep. Might be taking a risk, but getting dark again. Body on South Beach. And then there's Anton again. Same description of him.
You again.
It's me again.
I'm working.
I guess like this time, like, you know, they're getting ready to leave soon. So like it makes sense to check out the engine when you're getting ready to go somewhere, I suppose. So yeah, I think that's it. Yep. There's the end. Well, that was disappointing. It is kind of funny to imagine that this guy has been asked to investigate a murder and he's like, I'm just going to go sit in the engine room and see what happens. See if I notice anything. Okay. $9 a.m. on the 1st. Bob goes to see Anita at 9 a.m. on the 1st. Hello, Afton. Holistic detective, the universe will show him the way. I think that's a good philosophy. Are you specifically making a Dirk Gently reference, or is that just coincidental? I enjoyed those books a lot, along with all other Douglas Adams books that I've read. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to load. Nice. All right. Yeah, so here's the rope. Like, this is, I think, decoration, and like we have some of the like netting coming down on this side, but like this to me looks like it's just a bundle of rope that's hanging here. Like once we take it, we can see this side now looks the same as this side. So like I think that's all just decoration, but what we took is something separate. Okay, that's 2 more deaths. 133. Okay, so now I want to look at my notes here and figure out what is the best. Okay, so save 3 will get us at 830, but that might be cutting it too close. I think we got to go with the 925. So that'll be save number 2. And we'll just wait a bunch. That was weird. Like, you usually get a little bit of weirdness when you interrupt the music, but it's not usually as weird as that was. Okay. So it's 9:25. Let's we'll sleep a little bit first. Okay, get that condition up to superb. And then our only real goal here is to get into Anita's room and hide before 9 in the morning. I guess I'll just go ahead and see if... Yeah, she's in there. Okay.
You wanted to see me.
Nope. Bye. Oh, I guess we could just wait until midnight. She leaves at midnight? Let's see, it's 11:15, so yeah, I think that's probably going to be our best bet. Okay. Hide self. Let's hide under the bed. You're not hidden. Okay. We've hidden under a slightly different part of the bed, and now we're well hidden. Okay, so now we can just wait a bunch. Oh yeah, we knew Bob came in here. You catch Bob red-handed in his search. Okay, so Bob is searching Anita's room. I'm not going to pop out of my hiding spot right now, but I do wonder if this is worth interrogating him more on. If we just talk to him without any sort of bribe or anything, he just says that he's been stood up by Anita, like they're supposed to meet here, which may be true. Because it seems like Anita's meeting at the well was, it seems like she gets a note about that fairly late in the day. But Bob doesn't lose trust points. Okay. Wait some more. Now Anita's here and... no comment. I think she just goes to sleep at this point. I guess I'm going to observe after every wait, just in case she wakes up or something. Not terribly time consuming, so we might as well. Starting to get light out. Okay, so pretty soon Anton is going to come around and tell everyone about the body. And then at 9:30 a.m. No, 9 a.m. Bob comes in here and we'll find out what they do. Oh, okay. So she leaves probably to go have breakfast. Oh, it's 9 now. Okay, now they're both here. There's a running battle between Bob and Anita. What? So they're fighting? That's such a weird phrasing. "9 a.m. We were told that they're talking about Marie. I feel like if I just wait, then Bob will be gone. I maybe want to see if, sometimes the description we get from observing will change. I'm not really expecting that. I don't think I've gathered enough data to be confident that if we skip ahead a half hour, we won't miss anything. Man, I'm bummed that we haven't made much progress tonight, and it's past my end of stream time, so I don't think we're going to at this point. I really don't know. Well, I guess the next thing we'll do next week is, like, we've talked to everyone pretty thoroughly, but a lot of people we talk to pretty early in the game. So if we talk to them later in the game, there's like a whole day's worth or more that we can ask them about, if they noticed anything at different hours of the day. In like most of the interesting stuff happens during that time we missed for most of the characters. So that could still get us something. Isn't it awkward to stand there while they were fighting? Well, I'm hiding under the bed, see? So it's not awkward at all. We've hid under the bed in much more awkward situations before. Specifically, we've hid under the bed while people are having sex on the bed in this game. That is definitely awkward. Is that what the little mask indicates? Yes. This cute little icon indicates that we are hidden. Oh yeah, one interesting thing I don't know that I mentioned is the last time when I made all these save files to work with, I only got up to 68% of clues. So clearly at some point we were able to get some amount of clues that I don't really know how we got them. Probably just from conversations. Become voyeur, peer into worlds unknown. Okay, so they're both gone now. They both leave at 2. Sorry, not 2. Why did I think that said 2? I honestly don't know. It's 10:30 now. So here's the thing that I don't think I ever mentioned on stream, but occasionally when I misread a clock, I think about this. I used to wear a goofy watch, which went backwards. It was like an analog watch with hands. It went backwards. And I found that very easy to read. Like, I feel like a lot of people would find that difficult, but I really didn't. I don't know what to make of that. But occasionally when I misread a clock, I'm like, is this like that part of my brain messing with me, or is it just normal brain errors? I don't know. Do you have to unlock wisdom? In other words, do the questions offered to you in the end depend on what you've experienced since your last death? That is the thing I'm not entirely sure of. My hunch is that it's not important, but I'm definitely not positive about it. Okay. I guess I should wrap up for the night. As much as I want to keep going. Let's see, I'm just making a note here. So we've observed, fight, maybe ask them about it. I'm just wondering if maybe we could learn something about this conversation by asking them about it later. I do not know. Quiz time. Yeah, we will definitely do the quiz. All right, we need to go down at 4. So yeah, this should be fine. Everything should be set up already. Let's talk to Anton real quick.
I'm listening. I'm taking a walk.
Okay.
I'm listening.
I don't have any bribe items, so yeah. All right, let's wait. I missed who that was. Okay, yeah, we'll wait one more. That's fine. Bruce is here now. Okay. To give some context for anyone that hasn't seen this already, there's this big like sequence of puzzles that lead you down in here, and like you're kind of following a trail of puzzles that is suggested might lead you to a pirate treasure. Unclear if that treasure is still there or if someone is oh shit, I don't have the medallion. Okay. I'm just going to reset. If I open my save 3, I will have the medallion already, so, and it's already unlocked, which is complicated to do. But you go down into this well, and then the game just asks you a bunch of questions to make sure that you've like figured out the actual like detective mystery you're trying to solve. And then it gives you like a vague idea of how well you did on that quiz. And I think so far, at least according to what the game tells me, the best I've gotten is 50 to 75% correct. But Dronon, who is pretty familiar with this game and writing an English guide for it, has a little bit of a disagreement about how the percentage is calculated. So I've maybe done a little bit better than that. I'm trying to find, I wrote down all my quiz questions and answers. Okay. So the last time we took it, the game said 50 to 75%. Dronon says I actually got 75 to 100% correct, which is fascinating. Okay, I guess I thought I would only have to do this about 4 times. I'm kind of running out of space, but we'll make do. Foolish of me, honestly. Okay, 3. I thought I clicked that already. And I've got the medallion already unlocked. So we can just wait. Right, we gotta wait a bunch because it's still pretty early in the day. Disagreement does not contain my Führer. Okay, I apologize for misrepresenting you. Okay, this is fine. I know how to do this pretty well at this point. so it doesn't take me long. In 40 in-game minutes, we will drown in the well. Okay. So now we just, oh, right. We need to put the medallion in first. That goes in this mooring ring. And then we need to put the right amount of water in each of these shells. So that should have 2 measures of water in it. And we can dump this one out and fill up the one we're holding again. Let's see. Okay. What? Oh, it's filling up. Always locks up when there's like an event that it tells you about at the bottom here. There we go. Okay, so that should have water in it now. Okay. We dump that out again. And then we put, well, I guess we'll put the one we're holding in here. And we'll take this one and put that water in. Oh, wait, I didn't dump that out yet. Shit. Did I screw up? I might have screwed up. Okay. I think we might be okay. So that's, wait, what? Oh, wow. I super goofed up. Okay. Well, we'll start over. That's fine. Not a big deal. Empty that. Empty that. And the one I'm holding we'll set down there. Let's see. Okay. They're all empty now. Oh, shit. What did I just do? Oh. I might have screwed up at some point by right-clicking at the wrong time. That would explain it. All right, fill that up again. So that should be the 5 shell, right? Okay, yes, it is. So that's 3 measures. Okay, so the one I'm holding has 2 measures of water, and we put those 2 in the big shell. There's no reason, wait, what? Okay. And now that's got 2. And we dump this out. And we take the one we're holding and fill it up again. And we pour it into here. And then we dump that out again. And then we can, wait. No, we take what we're holding and put it there. That should have 2 measures. Yes. Okay. And then we take this and put it in here. What? Okay. And that's 2 measures. This is what I get for saying I have this down pretty well. I'm clicking the wrong verbs. I must be getting tired. Okay. 2, 2, and then we turn our key. Okay. Okay. So I think I have these shells in the wrong order, which is something I was never entirely sure was important. I was pretty sure that was the wrong order. But I had maybe got the impression at some point that it didn't actually matter. Okay. There we go. Open sesame. Verdry says, by the way, Space, Chip Heist 2024 continues to go off without a hitch. I've amassed a collection of sauces from all the extras they keep giving me for good measure. Nice. Stop. The game isn't over. It goes on. In fact, do you have everything necessary to solve the mystery of Marie's kidnapping? Absolutely not. You will be asked a certain number of questions about this investigation. Answer according to your most profound convictions. These questions will help you solve the mystery. So before we do this, let's go over my last quiz. Um, so I'm mostly doing this because I want to think about which ones I'm sure about, which ones I'm less sure about. So last time, actually every time we've gotten the same first question. Who is Anita? There's a bunch of options. We finally figured out definitively last week that revolutionary is the correct answer. So I'm sure about that one now. I'm going to put a little star next to it. We're asked who Anton is with at, I think, a certain time of day. I didn't write the questions down. The night of the 31st. We know he's with Sue. So I'm confident of that. I guess like there's a little bit of hesitation there because it says the night of the 31st, and it's from 2:30 to 4 a.m. that he is with Sue in Sue's room. So like that's technically on the 1st, but I personally would call that the night of the 31st. I think most people would agree that's like not inaccurate. It just, that gives me a little bit of hesitation, but like, yeah, like if that's not correct, like, I don't know what the answer would be. The next question, who was the last to see Juiced? I think every time we've gotten this, I've said Anita, because we know that Anita sees Juiced right before he is killed. Specifically, the question is, aside from his murderer. So we know Anita sees him shortly before he dies. There is some possibility that she actually kills Juiced. I don't think we really have any solid evidence to support that. And then, you know, there's also the possibility that someone else sees him. We just don't hear about that. Like, Okay, so like I just had a thought and it like maybe fits into some other thoughts that I've had. So let's think about this a little bit. Like, it sure seems like Roy is the one that kills Juiced. There's so much evidence pointing to that I'll be maybe a little bit frustrated if it turns out I'm wrong. But like there's the possibility that Roy is acting suspiciously and lying about what he's doing, but is not a murderer. So maybe, we know he leaves his cabin a little bit before Juiced gets murdered. And then he lies about he says he was asleep the whole time. And then we also find his diamond earring at Juiced's house. I just had the thought that I don't know that we've ever investigated when exactly his other earring disappears from the drawer. Maybe I have. But like, there's a possibility maybe someone took his other diamond earring that he kept in the drawer in his cabin and like planted it there. Or, maybe he was up to something suspicious, but, it was just something other than murder. And, that would also make, like if the guy shows up dead later, like and he was doing something he doesn't want to admit to, like, I could see why he would lie, even though it makes him look even more suspicious about where he was at that time of night. So, like, that's a possibility. I don't feel strongly about it, but let's say that it is correct. And now I spent so much time like setting this up, I completely forgot. Oh, right. The thought I had was, what if, Who was it that said that? Was it Anita? Someone told us that if Marie was still here, she would have killed Juiced. I don't know why that is, but what if that information is correct? And what if Marie is still here? That's interesting to think about. And it could also mean that Roy was actually the last one to see Juiced alive, since, you know, he might have broken into his house and, like, you know, startled him, and you know, he ran out of his house, Juiced did. Well, I guess even if that happened, Anita saw him running away from his house. So Anita still would have seen him more recently. So I think even if it was Marie that killed Juiced, Anita still seems like the correct answer. And then I was also thinking about this in context of what if my other idea, with almost no good evidence to back it up, that Maggie is working with Marie. What if that's correct? Like, that would explain why Maggie is calling everybody into the parlor to tell them her theory that Roy is the murderer. So, like, put the blame on someone else, and then also give presumably Marie a chance to take a shot at Roy. But why would she do that? Maybe because Roy knows who the actual murderer is. But no, he lives and he doesn't tell us anything helpful. Like, I'm like just dumping these thoughts as I think of them. Like, I don't think that theory adds up well enough to be anything. I just wanted to kind of talk through it. Hello, Queermint. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Dronon says, I have several convictions. A stream is part of my community service. Okay, so I think we're going to go with Anita again for the last to see Juiced. The next question we've gotten is, who kidnapped Marie? And last time I said nobody. I've said Anita, nobody. One time I accidentally said Marie, which I would argue is the same as saying nobody, but I don't know if the game sees it that way. But like, the better scores I've gotten are when I've said nobody. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, because like I know I have a lot of wrong answers here. Let's see what happened. Like, we also get different questions depending on the answers I give. I thought it was random at one point, but I really think we're getting different questions when I get like a certain number of correct answers, or maybe when I just answer one particular question correctly, something like that. So when I said when I said Anita kidnapped Marie, it asked me who signs the name Lady in Black. I think we've always gotten that question next. Yeah. Yeah. And then the next question, who is the Lady in Black? I kind of feel like it's Marie. I'm kind of right in the middle of that one on certainty. Like, I feel like we get... So when I said Anita was the Lady in Black, we were not asked what the Lady in Black does. Whereas when we say it's Marie, we are always asked, what does she do? And I think mostly said drug traffic. I do wonder if there's a possibility it's arms traffic. There's a little bit of evidence about that. In the hold of the fishing boat, there's a crate that says explosive that is empty. There is a single bullet on the ground near it. And then we also have a message in the piano. Although I guess it's worth noting, like, this is a message that the player has to generate. But if you use the piano in a particular way on the second in-game day, you get a message that says, "Tribes need guns, the wind." I don't really understand that message, but it does seem noteworthy that it's generated by this like weird encryption piano that belongs to Marie, and it mentions guns. I think the thing that bugs me the most about this answer is that drugs is a topic that comes up in the list of things we can ask people about, but arms is not. There's also like, there's a bunch of stuff in the game about white slavery, and like, I don't think it makes sense that the lady in black is involved in that. Well, like, she's specifically trying to deliver a crate of something. So like, that doesn't really fit with the white slavery thing. Like, it's gotta be smuggling some sort of items. So yeah, I feel kind of confident about drug traffic, but maybe tempted to answer arms just to see how that affects our outcome. The next question, who is the lady in black's accomplice? Last time I said Bob, because that is like technically correct from what we are able to observe. The other times I answered the question, I was thinking about it as like someone that works with her, like more directly. Like Bob is someone that has helped her occasionally, but like he has to be talked into it or, you know, paid or whatever from what I can tell. So like technically he's an accomplice, but it's a little bit of a different scenario than the way I was originally imagining it. So, you know, I was thinking someone more like a, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, someone working with her directly. The next question, who killed Juiced? We said Roy last time, which I still feel the best about that one. Especially like we got even more evidence to suggest that's correct last time. And last time when we were asked about the motive, I said wig, because we see we learned that Roy sees Juiced fish a wig out of the ocean, and then Juiced goes to burn the wig, and then like that night Juiced gets murdered. And like immediately after those events, Roy goes and breaks into Marie's bookcase and figures out her encryption piano thing. So like seeing that wig, oh, why didn't I think of this? I think Roy knows that that's Lucy's wig. We're told that Roy helped Lucy get off the island. So, like, that makes sense, right? Like, Roy sees that. he knows it's Lucy's wig, so he's like, wait, what the fuck actually happened to Lucy? And then he goes breaking into Marie's stuff, trying to figure out these encrypted messages. But then, why exactly does he kill Juiced? I think when I talked through this before, like the best I was able to come up with was that Roy didn't actually help Lucy get off the island. Anyway, we'll come back to that. The next question, when we said wig, we got a new question. Most of the time we've had 11 questions, but last time we got up to 14 questions. So like, I assume there's even more than that if we answer all the questions correctly. But the next one we got was, who did the wig belong to? And I said Lucy. I did put a question mark on that at some point, but I feel pretty good about that. Like, there's multiple mentions of Lucy having blonde hair. She's described that way. There's a photo of her where we can see her hair is blonde. And we know that the wig, you know, it resembles yellow algae, so it's pretty light color. He disguised Lucy as Marie. Disguised Lucy as Marie when he was helping her escape. Yeah, I don't know. We still don't know much about what Marie looked like. I can't think of any clear mentions of like hair color, for example. Like at this point, hair color would be the most useful thing to know. The wig is a disguise, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, some people just wear wigs, right? So I don't know if it's a disguise or not. The fact that like there's that photo of Juiced and Lucy and she has blonde hair, just, I don't know, it makes it seem like she wears it normally, unless, like, I guess the other possibility is that someone else let me think about this. So what if it was not Lucy that Roy helped get off the island? Does that make any sense? Like, was someone wearing that wig to look like Lucy? Is what I'm trying to figure out. And I can't really think of anything that makes sense. Juicy. But I said Lucy last time, and then we got the follow-up question, what happened to Lucy? So I feel like the fact that we got that follow-up question means that it is in fact Lucy's wig. Yeah, and the question is, did it belong to her? Like, not did it resemble her? Like, who did it belong to? So we were asked what happened to Lucy, and I said she was dead. Then we're asked who was Lucy, and I said other. Which that one I'm super not confident of. Same with being dead. And then we're asked who was the target of the shots. We said Roy, and the time of the shots was 10:30. Also, like, another thing I just want to point out is, like, it says these questions will help you solve the mystery. So I feel like the things we're being asked about are all important in understanding what happens, I think. Although, who is Anton with is a little confusing to me. I haven't figured out how that could possibly be important. I don't know. Anyways, let's go ahead and do the quiz now. So, Dronon said I got 75 to 100% right. So, obviously we didn't get 100 or we would have gotten a ending to the game. At least I hope so. So let's say I got 75%. Like 75% of 14 is 10 and a half. So that means like less than 4 of my answers were incorrect. So let's think about the ones I'm least confident in. Accomplice. What happened to Lucy? Who was Lucy? And maybe what Marie did. I would say those are the ones I'm least confident in. Sorry, what did the lady in black do is the specific question. Okay. Who is Anita? Again, we're told specifically that she's a revolutionary. Who is Anton with the night of the 31st? Sue? Oh, I should be writing this down. I think I'll just write the answers for ones that I've already written the question down many times. I keep abbreviating these more and more each time. Sue. Other than his murderer, who was the last person to see Juiced alive? I think we're going to answer this the same. Anita. There's just not enough good evidence that that's incorrect. And like I said, like we know we got most of these questions correct last time. So like I'm more inclined to worry about the stuff I don't feel confident about. Who kidnapped Marie? I think we're going to say nobody again. Who signs their name, the lady in black? I think we're going to go with Marie again. I still feel pretty good about that. Mostly, like, that's mostly based on, we know the weird encryption piano is hers. She had it shipped here from Chicago, which is like a lot of effort to go to for a piano. I'm sure she could have got a piano someplace closer if she just wanted a normal piano. And like, there's evidence that like I feel like the main person of that message that says we wait the boat, like I was trying to like find more meaning to that, but I feel like the importance of that is to tie the piano to the lady in black. We know the lady in black is waiting for a boat. So that is really important evidence to connect the lady in black to Marie. So I feel good about that. Also, the very sophisticated encryption mechanism. Right. And then also, like, Marie has the chess book with all these important chess matches. Like, that's a key to solving the encryption. So, like, there's just lots of things that tie her to that. So, Marie is the lady in black. We feel pretty good about that. What does she do? This is one where I could bump the lamp, apparently. This is one where we could change our answer. I'm a little bit tempted to say arms traffic. I'm thinking about drug traffic and what people say about it. There was an interesting thing that somebody said that I don't think I'm ever going to find it in my notes here, but somebody said something about needing a boat for drug trafficking, which, you know, obviously would be true of arms traffic as well. It's just that like mention of it. Oh yeah. So when we asked Anita about drug traffic, she says Roy would do anything for Marie. Ooh, that's a good thing to be reminded of. And then we got the follow-up message, which I think it's important to note that this was like information we had to go to extra effort to get. She said, dealers need boats like the Brisbanes. You know, this could just be like characters saying things that, you know, they don't necessarily have evidence for, but like I feel like that feels like something that is in the game to help us make the connection. So I think I'm going to stick with drug traffic. Like there's more evidence to point to that than there is to anything else. So far, we've answered everything the same as last time, but like, you know, we did pretty good last time, so that's not really a surprise. Okay, this one is trickier. Who is the Lady in Black's accomplice? I still feel kind of good about Bob, but Roy would do anything for Marie is interesting. Let's think about that some more. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have a drug trafficking sound effect. Drug dealer or arms dealer or used car dealer? Perhaps all three. Roy. Roy is a decent thought here. Like the first thing that comes to mind that we talked about last week is that as soon as Roy sees the wig, like that seems to inspire a series of actions. He sees Juiced fish the blonde wig out of the ocean. He breaks into Marie's bookcase to get the chess book out. Like that's a very specific action. It's possible he didn't know what he was looking for at first, but he broke in there specifically and he took that specific book. And then later that evening, so that happens around 7 p.m., which is like right after the wig incident. And then like there's a while where it seems like maybe he doesn't know what else to do, but then around 11 p.m. he gets really drunk at the bar. He notices the ashtray. Like, I don't know how Roy would have figured this out, but like he sees the ashtray. Maybe he notices that it's kind of a similar size and shape to this mark on the piano. However he does it, he figures out that fits in the piano. Like, I feel like this suggests like he already had some idea that he was trying to break into the piano and get the message out. He just didn't know how. You know, the fact that he took the chess book seems like he already knows what the piano does. He's just trying to, like, I feel like this fits with him being potentially an accomplice. Just, you know, that's a specific thing that he wasn't ever in on. Wig Incident was the name of my college ska band. Nice. And he figured that out while drunk, right? Yes, he was drunk. Why is Roy doing what he's doing? Yeah, like that's what I'm trying to talk through here. Does he think Marie has betrayed him? That's an interesting thought. So let's keep going, just kind of looking at his actions. So he gets drunk, he figures out the piano, he takes the note out of the piano, then he goes back to his cabin with the note and the book, and pretty quickly he is able to figure it out. So like, it's a complex encryption method. I feel like he must have had some idea, like whether or not he was working with Marie. Like, I feel like this suggests he must have seen someone going through this decryption process or something like that. Like, he must have had some clue as to how it worked, I would think. Because once he has both pieces of the puzzle, he's able to work it out pretty quickly and decrypt that message. And then what happens? Then so he's in his cabin, he figures out the message, and then shortly after that, he leaves his cabin and breaks into Juiced's house. Or so it seems, at least. Like, I'm still open to the possibility that that's wrong, but I also just noticed that we're asked about the Lady in Black's accomplice immediately before who killed Juiced, which I'm pretty sure is Roy. Like, I feel like Roy might be the right answer here, just because of the way these questions are asked. But he figures out the message, we wait the boat, and then he goes and kills Juiced, and I can't piece that together. Juiced saw the wig. Juiced knows that that's Lucy's wig. I'm just like, I had the thought, like, what if there is human trafficking going on here, and that's what happened to Lucy? But like, there's still the strong box. Like, I mean, obviously they could be into multiple things, but like, I don't know. That seems like it doesn't fit with the way we're asked these questions. There's no multiple choice answers. Like, there's no answers where we can pick more than one thing. Is Tribes Need Guns a hit on Juiced? Can you explain what you mean by that? Tribes Need Guns, The Wind. Like, tribes is confusing because, like, you would think, oh, maybe that's referring to the native Maupitis, but they're all gone. Juiced is the last one, according to what the game tells us. So I don't really know what tribes could be referring to. It's worth noting that message, I don't know, like it sounds like kind of like a revolutionary type of message. So like, I don't know if that could have anything to do with Anita. I do not know. Just as the last of the Maupiti, a tribal needs a gun aimed at. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. But then what is the wind? I feel like figuring out the wind has to be important. But I really don't know what that could refer to. But yeah, that's an interesting thought. But like it seems like that message, like that message doesn't ever appear in the piano unless we operate the piano to make it appear. Like we have to use the piano in the right way on the second day to make that message appear. I don't really know what that means. It's not really clear to me what determines the message that the piano outputs. Like if we operate the piano and use the wrong song or whatever, then we just get a gibberish message. So it almost seems like something else that we're not seeing is determining the one correct message you can get out of the piano. I think I'm going to say Roy here and just kind of see how that goes. Because this is one of the questions I was least certain about, and I feel like there's a decent amount of evidence, especially that comment that Roy would do anything for Marie. Did Roy get rid of Lucy to help Marie in some way, I wonder? Anyway, let's say Roy. We'll come back to that most likely. Oh. Okay, I think we were right there. This is a question we've never had. What should Bob have done? Raise the sails, start the motor, or raise the yellow flag? We know it's raise the yellow flag. That was specifically what the lady in black wanted Bob to do if he would agree to help her in some way using his boat, the Brisbane. And it appears that he did not do that because there was a follow-up letter where she expressed disappointment. Oops, I was just clicking an empty space. Who killed Juiced? Okay, so now we're back to familiar questions. We're going to say Roy because like every time we do this, like I've got all these theories about what the correct answers could be, but like I try to answer each time in like a consistent theory. So like going with everything we've said so far, like I definitely think Roy makes the most sense. There's also lots of evidence about it. So I feel pretty strongly that that's correct. Even though like I've talked about a possibility that maybe he didn't. The motive, a wig. And again, I feel good about this one because it gets us a follow-up question and also it fits with what we've learned. Like, I feel like we're maybe missing a little piece of the puzzle. Like why does Roy decide to kill Juiced when he does? Maybe he's just like waiting for, the middle of the night. That's certainly a possibility. So yeah, like I guess it could just be coincidence that he goes to do it. after he figures out the encryption. Who did the wig belong to? Again, we're going to say Lucy, because I feel like that fits with everything we know. It is definitely the most likely answer, and also it seemed to get us follow-up questions, so that helped me. Like anytime I have a little bit of doubt, like getting follow-up questions on the same topic makes me feel like we're making the right choices. What happened to Lucy? This is one that I have a little bit of doubt about. So, according to everyone we talked to, she left the island. You know, I need another bathroom break. I feel like if I just keep going, I'm going to regret not taking a quick break. So I'm going to do that real quick. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, let me catch up on chat here. Imagine a guy 3 sheets to the wind with bad light clicking the pixels you've had to click. I'm clearly very behind on, I guess I read some of these, but I missed a few. Freeman says, I need to put my lunch in the air fryer, but I'm trapped under a cat. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're able to escape, because lunch is important. If Roy did something with Lucy and Roy found the wig, that would give Roy motive to kill Juiced. Yeah, like everything we talked about, like this theory we're working on for like the answers we're giving here, like Roy did not help Lucy escape. Like even before tonight, like last time I said she was dead, like I feel like that's a pretty solid theory. Kidnapped, maybe. But I think dead makes the most sense. And I still am inclined to think that it's actually Lucy at the end, especially with the wig. Like the wig is in the water around the island. But I think I was starting to say before I took a break there, like what we know about Lucy, most people say that she left the island. A couple of people tell us that Roy helped her escape. It's not really made clear why she like needed help with that. I don't know if it was just like, it's not like there's regular boats, that you could just take a ferry to the mainland or something like that. So like, someone needs to give her a ride off the island if she wants to leave, right? So I don't know if it's just like that's what is being suggested happened. But we're told like a specific place where she goes to. Shit. I'm just wondering if there's any connection between the place we were told she's going and what we learn about the human trafficking stuff going on. Like, I know there's locations given with the human trafficking stuff. But again, like the body, like in the wig. So I feel like she has to be dead. So we're just going to say dead. Yeah, I'm just noticing like some of these questions are the ones I was least certain about, but I'm answering the same way. But, you know, I already answered one differently and got a new question. It's possible that one was the only one I got wrong. I'd be surprised, but it's possible. So we're going to say she's dead. Who was Lucy? This is probably the one I feel the least confident about. Last time we said other. Options are a drug dealer, a thief, a blackmailer, a revolutionary, or other. We don't learn that much about Lucy at all. She's described frequently as being a lot like Marie, which is a thing I think about a lot. I don't know what to make of that. They both go diving a lot is a thing that specifically comes up. A thought I've had occasionally is what if Lucy and Marie are actually the same person? Like, there are people that know both of them reasonably well and never hint at anything like that. There's never even any suggestion that they look similar. So I feel like the idea that Lucy is just Marie in a wig doesn't really make sense. Like, it maybe helps some pieces of this fit together a little bit. Like, if Lucy is just Marie in a disguise, that could explain why, you know, Roy is concerned about Juiced seeing this wig. But it doesn't make sense that they could be the same person. Like, I'm not totally ruling out that possibility, but it doesn't make sense. Oh, fuck! Twins and Indivisible! Why did I never even consider that? Is this a prestige situation? Maybe. All right, let's think about that some more. Also, I got a smudge on my glasses. Okay, so first of all, so the Yumelos, the Indivisibles, is a phrase that appears above this engraving of the pirates down in the caves. It also appears on the jewelry box that seemed to at some point contain two of the medallions, one of which we have inserted into this contraption here. So it's basically a key into this area where the pirates presumably kept some treasure or something of the sort. I kind of wonder if it's currently like an area that's being used for, like, you know, their drug smuggling operation or whatever it is they're up to. And Marie is the one that is in possession of that jewelry box. At one point, we're told that Juste and Marie both have a medallion. Which is a thing I still haven't figured out. Like, I think that's part of the reason at one time I thought maybe that Juste was the Lady in Black's accomplice. Sorry, I got all these thoughts swimming through my head now. So, like, okay, so what if Lucy and Marie are twins? And oh fuck, I feel like this is starting to come together. Okay. Like, I just like making little connections. Like, I haven't fully thought any of this through yet, but so Juste finds the wig and recognizes that it is Lucy's. So that means, like, he's having the realization that Lucy was wearing a wig all along and that was not her natural hair. And a valid reason for doing that, for wearing a wig all the time, is so she doesn't look as much like Marie. And if Juste figures out that they look the same, that could lead to him putting some things together that Roy doesn't want him to. And now I'm also thinking about, this means that, like, not only does this mean that that could be Lucy's body at the end, because of course her body would look very much like Marie's if they're twins. It also means that at any given time, someone might have had an interaction with who they thought was Marie, but it was actually Lucy. Oh yeah, sorry about the link there, Derek Iron. But thank you for the clip. I appreciate that. Okay. So that still doesn't answer this current question we have, but I feel like this is a pretty interesting thought. Let's back up a little bit and think how would I have answered any of these other questions differently? I guess this kind of makes some things complicated because, like, is it possible the Lady in Black is actually Lucy? I don't know. I don't think so. But, like, if it's possible that Lucy is sometimes pretending to be Marie, you could do the quiz twice. Yes, that is true. It's either Lucy or Marie. Yeah. Um, is it possible that Lucy is the Lady in Black's accomplice, or, vice versa? Like maybe the Lady in Black is Lucy. Like if we're going with this theory though, like why does Lucy suddenly leave the island? Another thing that comes up in the game that I didn't get around to mentioning earlier is like Sue says that Lucy leaves really suddenly and that Sue even owed her money. So like, it's possible she just cared more about leaving the island than getting her money back. But like, it's a little weird. And I feel like the thing that makes the most sense is that even if they are twins, they weren't necessarily working together. I still don't know what that means about the answer to this question. Is Lucy Fred? Maybe. Anyone could be Fred. Maybe Fred is Chris's twin. So, yeah, I don't know how to answer this. A drug dealer. Maybe. Like if we're going with the drug smuggling thing, I think it's possible that she's in on that. But I feel like with the answers we've given so far, like if we're trying to be consistent, I don't think that makes sense. A thief, like that one's tricky because we're told that she stole Juiced's amulet. I wonder if that's what the game wants me to answer here. Like, it's not necessarily like her profession or whatever, but it is a thing that she does, at least that we're told she does. So I think I'm going to answer thief. Blackmailer. Ooh, let's think about that some more. A blackmail is a potential explanation for why Lucy had to be murdered. I'm just trying to think if there's any evidence to back that up. I can't really think of anything. That doesn't mean it's not correct, but like, who'd she blackmail? Marie? Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking is like, if we're going with the theory that Roy killed Lucy, it would make sense that he was doing that to help Marie. But why would she blackmail? I guess potentially just to get in on like the money she's making from drug smuggling or something. Like that seems believable. I feel like this twin idea, it fills in some gaps, but it still seems weird to me that, if these two people look very similar, why is a wig enough to throw off people that are like interacting with them regularly? I mean, it could be, they're also like doing other things to make them look different. It just seems like if two people are actually the same person, or identical twins, people would notice. People that, interact with those people regularly. But I suppose we're also maybe not told how long Lucy was on this island for. I also just remembered how we still haven't found anything interesting in Lucy's room. That's another location that has me kind of puzzled. Glasses was enough for Clark Kent. That's true. That is true. Res Mason says, you look like a friend of mine who wrote hypercard content in the 80s, but I gave up on the theory that you were the same person like a year ago. Interesting. I was pretty young in the 80s, so I technically did create some hypercard content, but I don't think I published any of it. At least not until recently. Aged very gracefully. So yeah, I'm a little tempted to go with Blackmailer just because I feel like that could fill in some gaps here. It's an explanation for why she is murdered. And we've already said that she was murdered. Also, yeah, the question right before this is what happened to her. We said she's dead. So like I've said, I feel like this is maybe trying to get us to think about why she's dead. I'm going to say Blackmailer. Again, we don't have a lot of evidence to support it, but with this current picture of what's going on, I feel like that's the one that fits in the best. Who was the target of the shots? We're going to say Roy. Okay, let's stop and think about this. Chris tells us that the shots were fired at Roy. Roy says the shots were fired at Chris, and he's like, why would anyone shoot at me? But then if we press Roy on the matter, I'm pretty sure he eventually admits that they were not shooting at him. Or they were shooting at him, rather. Not Chris. But with this current picture of events, who was shooting at Roy is what I'm trying to make sense of. We're told by Anita, and I think maybe there's someone else that says the same thing, that Roy looked like he had seen a ghost. So for a while now, I've been speculating that this is suggesting that whoever was shooting at Roy was someone that he thought was dead. Is it possible that Roy doesn't know Oh. I'm starting to wonder, this thing that happens so much is any kind of theory I come up with, is built on top of so many other assumptions. But what if Roy isn't actually the accomplice? What if it's Lucy and Marie that are in on it, and Roy sees the wig and he realizes that, he recognizes it as Lucy's wig and starts to figure out that, Marie in a blonde wig would look a lot like Lucy. So what if that is what happens? Like, there's still the question of Mark of like, how does he figure out the whole piano encryption stuff if he's not in on it? But then why would he eventually murder Juiced? Yeah, that doesn't add up as well. Cat's twitching in her sleep. Also, that's an adorable emote. Lucy and Marie are absolute partners in crime. That said, Roy is an insider and there's evidence to prove this. Could be. Maybe he knew the piano trick because he was a beta tester for Maupiti Island. Could be. Okay, so let's discard that theory for now, and come back to this question here: who is the target of the shots? So we've been saying that Roy is the target of the shots. That seems pretty certain to me. I guess I didn't put a star, but I previously wrote 100% confidence because of the whole thought he saw a ghost thing. So if he thought he saw a ghost, this is where like our current theory kind of falls apart for me. Like, if he thought he saw a ghost because it was Marie without a wig shooting at him, that doesn't fit with the idea of him helping Marie. Or he thinks Marie is dead. I guess he could be in on the whole Lady in Black like smuggling operation, but that doesn't necessarily mean he knows that Lucy and Marie are twins. So if he sees someone who either looks like Marie or could look like Marie or Lucy without a wig, then he would be surprised by that either way, because he thinks both of those people are dead with this theory we put together here. But there's still the question of why that person would be shooting at him. I guess if it's actually Lucy, that makes more sense. But if it's Marie, I don't understand why she would be shooting at him. Maybe just because he's figured out the whole twins thing. I don't know. So many questions. I feel like there was a period where I thought I was like starting to understand things better, and now that time is gone and I'm more confused than ever now. Yeah, I thought that also looked like the critter from Rainbow Bright. My thought is that Roy is trying to interfere with the Lady in Black's operation. Yeah, that could be. That could be. Obviously, that conflicts with some of the answers we've given already, but I assume we don't have all the answers correct, so It's just I feel like every time I go through this, like it seems like we do a little bit better each time, but I still can't come up with a theory that pieces all the stuff together. I'm sure that Lucy and Marie being twins is a well-kept secret. Yeah, that does kind of make sense. Like if that's correct, like it seems like nobody knows about it at all. And I also still don't quite understand why Juiced has one of the medallions. Anyways, let's say Roy. Like, regardless of why, I'm pretty sure it's Roy. What time were the shots fired? I'm looking back because I feel like this is more options. Okay, no, they're the same. Some of the options where they ask us for a time, there's much fewer options. Okay, so Roy and 10:30. Like 10:30, we know for sure. That's very easy to notice. Oh, we did worse that time. Interesting. You have between 25 and 50% of correct answers. There are still things you need to clarify. Carry on with your investigation. That's fascinating. What? We got, I think we got 15 questions this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, we got one additional question because we said Roy was the accomplice. Right. That gave us a new question saying Roy was the accomplice. Now I'm just waiting very anxiously for Dronon to tell me how I actually did on the quiz. 75 to 100% by my alternative metrics. That's so fascinating. So according to Dronon's range, we did just as good as last time. But the game says we did worse. So let's see. I'm just looking at, we answered most of these the same. So we said Roy instead of Bob as the accomplice. And then we got a new question that I'm confident we answered correctly. Bob should have raised the yellow flag. I said, we said blackmailer instead of other. The percentage going down there makes me think that maybe that one was wrong and we had it right last time. So maybe it was another one that we were incorrect about. Tronon is a Maupiti Island developer plant set in to put you off the scent. Guess past 3 o'clock. Now that we've talked about this twins thing, let's go through really quick. I say really quick, but we'll see. Revolutionary. Sue. I'm not even going to write all these down. I'm just going to write any one that I answered differently. Who was the last person to see Juiced alive? We're going to say Anita. Who kidnapped Marie? So the answer to this one could maybe be Lucy. What if Roy is into human trafficking shit? No, but we're told Roy would do anything for Marie. And that could be wrong, but I guess I'm inclined to not doubt that. So maybe Lucy if they're not working together. Or we could just say nobody again. Let's see. Did saying nobody get us extra questions? I don't think it has affected the follow-up questions. And is it possible that Lucy is actually the lady in black? No, I don't think that adds up because yeah. I'm going to go with Marie again. I feel like there's not enough evidence to convince me that that's wrong. Oh, shit. I meant to say nobody for the last one, and then this one's Marie. What does she do? Drug traffic. Who is the lady in black's accomplice? Like, this is the biggest one that could maybe change if Lucy is a twin. Let's go with Lucy and kind of see how our follow-up questions go. Who killed Juiced? Roy. The motive, a wig. Who did the wig belong to? Lucy. What happened to Lucy? She had an accident. She's gone. She's dead. She's been kidnapped. She's disappeared. Nodded off and missed all the questions. That's okay. I haven't been writing down my answers. I think the only one I answered differently this time was that Lucy was the accomplice. Oh, and I accidentally said that Marie kidnapped herself. That was a mistake, but I did do that. I still think she's dead. I feel like the body at the end has to be Marie or Lucy, and it makes more sense to me that it's Lucy. Who is Lucy? I'm going to say a thief because, like, we know that's true. She stole Juice's amulet. Well, maybe we'll say other. Because, like, that's my best guess as to what I answered differently that got us a worse percentage. So let's say other. Target of the shots. Right. 10:30. Okay. Same percentage according to the game. Interesting. Yeah, like if they're twins, like I don't like we need to understand the big picture more to really figure out what that means. Oh. Oh, this game. So next week will be kind of fun. Next Tuesday is the 18th, and at midnight, it will become my birthday, which is exciting. I don't know what that means for stream, but I will enjoy starting off my birthday playing this game. Hope there's more oh fuck moments. I'm sure there will be. Oh, we've died. That's fine. Thank you for the birthday wishes. So of course next week we'll be back with Maupiti Island once again. Trying to find my schedule button here. And this Friday, we will, knock on wood, be starting some painting. I have all my supplies. I was going to do it last week. The whole tornado and being without power for a couple days, like, I didn't really have time to prepare for stream. And like, I was like, it's okay. I'll just kind of wing it and, accomplish what I can. But then I was just too tired, and I didn't have enough energy to wing it. Like, if I was more prepared, I think it would have been fine. But so this week, I think we'll be able to do that. We're going to start off doing some smaller paintings just to kind of get used to painting, figure stuff out, and figure out colors and stuff for this cover image for the World Builder game. So hopefully we'll at least have fun. Ideally, we'll make some progress as well. I was just admiring the Garfield sketch from last year today. Nice. Glad to hear that. And yes, it is Garfield's birthday as well. This year, Garfield will be 46, and I'll be 47. I think that's correct. But I'm never entirely sure, honestly. And your thank you letter, which is pinned in my room. That's so nice. Thank you, Efton. Last birthday was so fun. Looking forward to hopefully beating this finally as a birthday present to yourself. Yeah, I would love that. I would love nothing more than to complete this game finally on my birthday. That would be a great way to end it. I'm not going to get my hopes up too much, but I do think it's possible. Yes, we will be painting a cat, which is extra exciting. Let me find somebody to raid. Let's see. Also, Unsecret Crush will be streaming on Thursday. Of course, I think that's more Genshin. I think there's a lot of Genshin to catch up on right now. Let's see who else streaming here. Oh, speaking of birthdays, Dr. CDCS had a birthday, I think yesterday, but I did not have a chance to stop in and say hello. But he's streaming right now. Oh, this is interesting. What's this? Oh, playing demos. Interesting. Okay, I think we'll probably stop over there, but let me see what some other folks are playing right now. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Old School Jay, we don't get to say hello to very often. He's currently playing Game Dev Jeff and Pixel Turkey's game, which I don't want to get spoiled on. Shoot, this is a difficult decision. Just because I don't think I've ever rated him before. But I think we'll head over there. Okay. Thank you all for hanging out. I always appreciate you being here. What a time this game is. God, I'm going to be like thinking about twin theories for the next week. Here's some raid messages if you would like to join the robot parade. But if not, no worries. I hope you all have a good rest of your week. Maybe we'll see you on Friday. Take care of yourselves. Bye.